Ashley.
Borrow your agenda for a second. Ben,
Whenever you're
Ben?
ready. By the time it's on.
Thank you.
You got it, Mike? Next one.
Say again? You know, I'll be about 5 minutes first. Once, it's the first thing on the agenda. Right. I'll do it. All right, good evening. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Warren Planning Board, meeting half an hour early, Monday, February 27th. We have a roll call, Matt Atwood, Ashley Maderas, Brett Bovine, Tyler Dixon, Fred Massey, Mike Gerhard, and Jim Lefferts. We do have a quorum. As a reminder, the planning board has gone from 9 members to 7. So any decision to approve or deny would require 4 votes. An absence of those 4 votes in either to approve or deny would result in a denial. That said, if a motion is taken, people vote on it, the town solicitor's office will ask those who vote in the opposite direction what their reasons are for voting. So just so you know, the public hearing, before we get there, Mike Gerhard.
Yeah, I missed 2 meetings on this a matter under excused absences. I was out of the state. However, I have reviewed the YouTube. I saw it live when it happened. I viewed it afterwards. I've reviewed the minutes of the meeting and of both meetings and discussed them with the chair, so that even though I was absent for those meetings, I feel that I'm perfectly able and well informed, having read all of the files, to participate in this discussion.
And under the advice of the town solicitor's office, we accepted that as did the applicant. Okay, so on the docket for today is owner applicant 119 Water Holding LLC. Location Plat 2, lots 21 and 23, 113, 119, and 125 Water Street. This is the master plan stage of review of an application for a comprehensive permit under Rhode Island General Laws 4553-4 to demolish 2 existing structures, 113 Water Street and 119 Water Street, and to construct a 3-story mixed-use building with 12 residential units and 1 commercial unit. 3 of the 12 residential units, representing 25% of the total, are proposed as low and moderate income housing. This is the continuance from the applicant's presentation, which we had put off at our last meeting. So this is really the first time that the applicant is getting to come back with the revised presentation. So take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. At the end of the October 24th meeting, which was the last time we really met to discuss this project, the board chair authorized 3 separate specific things. One was that the chair allowed the applicant to submit written comments to the public comments that were filed on or before the deadline of October 24th, 2022. I submitted on behalf of the applicant written comments dated December 2nd in a package. So my first question is, was that accepted as an exhibit, and if it isn't, I will move it in as an exhibit.
Noted. Continue on.
Okay,
If it's not there, then now it's part of it.
okay, thank you. Number two, the chair asked that the applicant address certain sections of the Rhode Island general laws regarding the natural, historic, and cultural aspects of the project, which we will do. But the third aspect of what the chair authorized is the three-story presentation. The board, taking comments from the public, asked that the applicant reconsider the design approach and the scale. So that's what we're here to speak about today, present the three-story design. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Eric Zwena. Since our last hearing, ZDS Inc. is the project architect firm. Since our last hearing, the project manager, Julie Bartlett, has left on maternity leave. So Mr. Zwena is familiar with the project, is a principal of the architectural firm, has stepped in as the project manager. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Zwena to the podium, have him say a little bit about his background and experience.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Eric Zwena, managing principal of ZDS. We're an architecture and interior design firm here in Providence, Rhode Island, and in Washington, D.C. Julie is an associate at the firm. She's actually been with us close to 8 years now. The firm's about 8.5 years old. I'm the founding principal of the firm, and we're a total of about 35 people between both offices. I'm incredibly happy to be here. I've been following the project from the very beginning. I was actually met on site with the client first at our first meeting to understand the property, and been following the design all along, working with the design team. Justin Fries is also a project captain. He's been following along and has been at these hearings with Julie along the way, and I'm happy to be here, do my best to fill the shoes of Julie Bartlett. I'm a licensed professional architect and licensed architect in 13 states. I'm a member of the advisory board of the Roger Williams University. I was AIA president 2018, 2019 for the Rhode Island chapter. Prior to starting ZDS in 2015, I worked as a principal, 15-year-long career in Southeast Asia and the Middle East in the luxury hospitality business. I feel like I'm qualified to be here tonight and to present this project to you all, and look forward to walking you through the changes that we've made based on all the great feedback that we've received to date.
So, Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to move in Mr. Zwena's resume as an exhibit, and I'd like to ask that he be recognized as an expert in architecture and design.
Yes, thanks.
That's my question. Have you testified in the state of Rhode Island as an expert?
Yes, not in Warren, but in multiple towns.
Thank you.
I have multiple copies for the board and also the exhibit. And I'm sorry, Mr. Zwena has been accepted as an expert. Okay.
Thank you. All set?
Yep.
Can we pull up the PDF? The PDF, please. Thank you. So as that's being pulled up, again, I've been involved in the project from the very beginning of the inception of the design, and first meeting on site was to discuss how we could make this a more walkable, livable area in this zone between residential, restaurant, and other uses, and spent time walking up and down Water Street to understand the history of it, where it's been and where it's going. I think we kicked off with our first submission. Can you go to full screen? I'll just make my life a little bit easier.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, where is it?
If you show it right second, say. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Great, this is the first slide, yes. So in red on top left corner, just identifying the site and the two buildings that are in reference. We spent time getting into those buildings, understanding the current conditions of them. This is prior to them being condemned, was my first visit to this property. Clearly recognizing that the middle of the site was a perfect opportunity for an intensified green space, one that had some synergy between the restaurant and the residential use. This was the first submission that we made. It's a little further away, so I'll refer to my paper. This is the 4-story option, and it was a total of 17 units. Total square footage was 17,605. We were going for the maximum building height of 50 feet. And it was to get as many apartments in this structure as we could while doing our best to stay within context. And on the bottom, which is the west facing side, you're seeing its comparison to other neighbors, showing how, you know, we tried our best to make this 4-story option work, but we clearly learned, especially after our first presentation to this board, that we should reconsider. So what we did was we went back to the drawing board. We still felt strong about the mansard roof the spirit of the structure, trying to break down the proportion of that 4 or 3-story. So when we went to the 3-story, the first thing we thought about was removing that mansard condition. But we later agreed that it was still best for the project to keep that same language, architecturally speaking. We were able to reduce the overall height of the building to 38 feet 9 inches. We reduced the unit count from 17 to 12, and we reduced, that's about a 30% reduction, or actually close, maybe exactly a 30% reduction. And then total square footage went from 17,605 to 13,900. Which is about a 20% reduction in the overall square footage of the project. And this was the result of that. So we actually wanted to put these renderings next to each other just to give you a sense of scale. And at this master planning stage, without getting into too much of the detailing, cornice work, articulation, et cetera, just the overall massing and general language of direction of the architecture. On the right-hand side, again, that 3-story option still talked about a stone base. Maybe had the first floor retail component a little bit underdeveloped, and didn't really speak too much about moldings and sills and headers. And so when we presented this, we got feedback from this. This was not formally presented, but we did receive some feedback, and we spent more time looking at some precedents, and they were, pretty vast, all sort of historically contributing as far as we're concerned. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, all on Water Street. The ones we referenced closely were 81 Water Street, 147 Water Street, 155 Water Street, and 193 Water Street. And they all had characteristics that we thought were, it helped us generate a good vocabulary for where we were going. So this final option that we're here to present you this evening, again, we already went over the square footage and the unit counts, but it does talk about a softer podium. It talks about a more common or maybe more familiar glazing proportion at the first floor. It talks about the widened corner moldings that we're starting to think about, but we're not diving too deep into these details just yet, considering that we're at a master planning stage. But we know all these details are very important. I hope what this reflects is the feedback, the listening that we've done based on the feedback we received about what should or should not be on this property. We do think we're here to confidently with this design solution. We think that the retail at first floor and the upper residential component will greatly improve this neighborhood and the livability of this neighborhood. It provides a wonderful asset for the community. We think it's in scale. We think it's the right unit count for the size of the building. It's a healthy mix of unit type, which we're happy to achieve. And I think that probably is a good summary of where we are architecturally for the project. This is just showing the new massing in context as best we can, not to the nth degree of detail, but this is a pretty accurate representation of the massing of this new structure in its existing context. And you know, we're doing our best not to pay too much attention to the larger structures in the background, but more importantly, the streetscape and what a pedestrian would feel when moving down Water Street. Looking in the opposite direction, which maybe is a better look towards the scale of the buildings that are much more relevant to the ones that are in its background. I may jump in later at a later time during this presentation to speak more to architecture, answer questions along the way, but at this time, I'd like to call Mr. Joe Casale to speak about the civil design and site constraints for the project.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, first of all, good evening. Just for the record, my name is Joe Casale. I'm a registered professional engineer with offices at 300 Post Road in Warwick. If I may, I'd like to, I believe I've been sworn as an expert at your last hearing. I just wanted to basically go through this PowerPoint. Most of this you have seen in the past. We've just tailored it down to the three-story building. And I'd like to reiterate on the record all of the variances in the underlying zone that we're seeking. So you see that the current building or the proposal, it was done so in a manner so that the entire building is out of the 100-year floodplain. And of course, the finished floor elevation is above that 100-year floodplain. We've scribed in that concrete sidewalk, as Eric talked about, for the congruity between the buildings in there for the pedestrian movement. I know that we have talked about at past hearings, possible vehicular exit there. I do think that routing everybody through the Sisson Street, Water Street intersection is the best in terms of site distance. In terms of parking, Mr. Chairman, this has been recrafted. These are what you see before you is a 25-stall parking lot. One of those spaces is will comport to the ADA, American with Disabilities Act, in terms of its size, its shape, and its slope. And we also have a couple of spaces that can be dual use for electrical vehicles. We've talked about in the past where the dumpster would be located, that it would have truck access from Sisson Street. It would be entirely enclosed with privacy slats. The temporary loading space that would be dedicated to the 119 Water Street, both for the commercial unit as well as the residential units. We've talked about the transformer. We are going to locate that in the northeasternmost corner of the property. And then in terms of drainage, we'll be able to, with the reasonable soils on site, we'll be able to implement infiltration practices. What you see that just came up before you is an underground infiltration chamber. Again, we'll be able to attenuate the peak stormwater rates. We'll be able to reduce volumes of stormwater, and we'll be able to improve the quality of the stormwater leaving the site. We have implemented bike racks as discussed at prior hearings, and also a loading space. I don't know that you've been able to see to service the existing water-doored kitchen and bar, which is obviously is going to stay through this proposal. But in terms of variances and waivers, it's been my experience working on many of these affordable housing projects that you're going to see 12 different items. That's not normal when you're not working on a comprehensive permit. But as you know, the regulations require us to list any of the deviations for the underlying zone. So all of these are the same. We've tried to reduce them as much as we could in terms of this new layout. So here we go. In terms of dimensional relief, parking. This proposed use and the size of this building would require 31 spaces. 1.5, as you know, for each one of the 12 units is 18. And then the code's going to require 1 per 250 of the 1,800 square foot commercial plus 5, 31 spaces. We are showing you 25, so I'm asking for dimensional relief of 6 spaces. In terms of the building envelope, in the this zoning district, the VB district are required to be a 15-foot front yard setback. We're proposing to build up to the street, requiring the full 15 feet of relief. Side yard setback of 10 feet, even though it is from our own property line, respectfully still need to ask for that. 10 feet is required by code. We're proposing 4.2 feet, respectfully requesting 5.8 feet of dimensional relief. Building lot coverage. This is the only one that had increased while the program has decreased in terms of the number of units and the number of floors. The building was made slightly larger from a footplate. So max building coverage of 30% required in your VB zone. We're proposing 42. Last time I was here, that was 41.4, but we're respectfully requesting 12% of the building coverage. In terms of height, as Eric said, the maximum height in the VB zone is 35 feet. This building is 38 feet 9 inches, or 38.75 feet. So we're respectfully requesting 3.75 feet of dimensional relief in terms of height. Maximum impervious coverage in the VB zone is 65. The last we were before you, this was at 85%. We're currently at 84.7, requesting the relief of 19.7%. And we were able to do that with some pervious patios, changing that from impervious area to some porous material. In terms of the parking spaces, code requires 270 square feet for a space, meaning not only the 18.9 space, but also the width of the lane behind there. We're at 261, asking you for 9 square feet of the gross area of the parking, and that'll do it a little bit of justice. They want that box to be at 270. We're at 261. Very conventional aisle widths of 24 feet. I believe the community wants 25 feet of width. We're trying to stay as commonplace as we can in sensitivity to the impervious lot coverage and the amount of drainage. Also, parking lot requirements, 10% of the land area should be devoted to open space, meaning that we need to have interior landscape islands to break up larger parking fields. This is relatively small at 25%, but in favor of asking for or receiving the amount of parking, the maximum amount that we can design on this site being 25 spaces, we're looking for 10% or full relief from interior parking and landscape islands, excuse me. This section of the code, 32106A, is very similar in that we also have to, in terms of the number of islands, 1 island for every 8 spaces. This would require 3 landscaped islands. we're able to scribe in one, again, respectfully requesting two landscape islands in terms of dimensional relief from that provision. Item number 10 is just general relief from section 32-104, off-street parking spaces required. If I may paraphrase that, we understand that not all of the parking spaces will be on site because we don't have the 31 that is required by code. Out of an abundance of caution, just asking for general relief from section 32-104. 11 and 12, and I promise that'll be the end, location of parking spaces with respect to the 400-foot rule that we may have spaces or be utilized, which is more than 400 feet. Again, out of an abundance of caution, just asking for general relief from section 32-107. And lastly, in terms of the definitions, 32-130, mixed use residential, the ground floor is only supposed to have a minimum of 600 square feet of living spaces. We do have more than that in terms of we have multiple residential units and program on that ground floor along with the common entranceway. So we're asking for general relief again, 32-130. So, Mr. Chairman, I know that was a lot, relatively the same since the last we spoke, but updated per the new design by ZDS. I'd be happy to answer questions of you or members of the board. If not, I believe we are going to bring up our next expert from J2 to talk about some demolition budgets.
I'd okay to. Do you want us to wait until you're?
Mr. Chair, I leave it up to you. I do have a brief presentation on section E of the required findings per your request at the October 24th hearing. And then we do have another witness to discuss the demolition permit aspect. I'm happy to call that witness.
Why don't we go through it and then everybody's okay with that, and then we'll ask the questions as opposed to breaking up the flow.
Sure.
Okay.
PDF. Yeah. I just have the one page. Yep.
This one?
Yep. Thank you. All right. I'm not going to discuss all of that, Mr. Chair. But at the last hearing, you fielded some questions from the public commenters regarding section E of the highlighted section of that statute, the required findings. First, I'd like to say that Mr. Casali, when he gave his prior testimony, gave a very lengthy presentation on how the project satisfies the required findings. My understanding is that testimony, notwithstanding the notice issue from the last hearing, is still part of the record. So I don't want to belabor the entire list of required findings, but I did want to address section E to respond to your request. So that section, required findings, states that in approving an application, the local review board shall make positive findings supported by legally competent evidence on the record. Just want to make the point that legally competent evidence on the record refers to both submitted documents and testimony. And the applicant has offered both throughout this hearing process. Moving down, if you can see it, to section E, that section says that there will be no significant negative impacts on the health and safety of current or future residents of the community in areas including but not limited to safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, provision of emergency services, sewerage disposal, availability of potable water, adequate surface water runoff, and the preservation of natural, historic, or cultural features that contribute to the attractiveness of the community. Just, I read it because not everybody maybe can see it. So that section is basically split into two different sections, okay? They're both tied together by the words, quote, in areas including but not limited to. Those 5 or 6 words cannot be ignored, and let me explain what I mean by that. The effect of the words in areas including but not limited to means that the second part of that clause, the preservation of natural, historical, cultural features that contribute to the attractiveness of the community, is one of the areas where there will be no significant negative impacts on the health and safety of residents in the community. I'm not going to say it again. Unless the board would like me to. So the second part of that clause E cannot be read or interpreted without relating it back to the first part of the clause. How do we know that? The second part is not in its own enumerated separate section. It also follows the word and, which is a word that's used as a connector word to join words that are supposed to be taken together jointly. So the evidence on the record in this project does not present any health or safety concerns. As discussed at our October 24th meeting, the Warren Technical Review Committee reviewed this project, took into account the engineering and health and safety concerns, and approved it. The applicant's engineer offered extensive testimony that the project design has accounted for the health and safety of the residents of the communities. There has been no witness from either side, either the applicant side or any public commenter, recognized by this planning board as an expert that testified that there would be any health or safety concerns related to this project. The only negative impact on the health and safety of the community with regard to this property is the continued existence of the dilapidated structures. They're not safe. So let's discuss the substance of that last part, that last sentence of section E, the natural, historic, cultural features that contribute to the attractiveness of the community. You've heard a lot of opposition to the different design aspects of this project. And different folks can have different preferences. But preferences for design it's not a standard of review. Attractiveness to the community is a subjective standard. So differing people may have differing preferences. But when designing this project, as you've heard from Mr. Zwena, as you've heard from Ms. Bartlett in prior testimony, when designing this project, the team attempted to blend the project into the historic fabric of the street, of the community, to contribute to the attractiveness of the community, while also attempting to maximize the affordable housing component. So how was that done? You've heard testimony that the applicant researched the neighboring buildings for inspiration. One such building that was specifically referenced was 155 Water Street. This design attempts to mirror that structure. The mansard roof is unmistakably similar to 155 Water Street and consistent with other neighborhood businesses. The first floor commercial space and the trimmed out storefront glass is meant to activate the streetscape, create walkability. Consistent with other buildings in the neighborhood, the applicant is proposing lap siding at the body. And you heard from Mr. Zwena earlier that we're only at the master plan stage. So additional design and architectural details will be presented and discussed at the preliminary and final stages. It's a work in progress. So master plan, big picture, as you move forward to final, more detail. So all of these proposed features that have been discussed by the applicant's development team contribute to relatable buildings in an attempt to blend with the natural, historic, and cultural features of the buildings in the neighborhood. Going a step further, the applicant agreed at the hearing to, again, continue to refine the plan. So this board has all the information it has requested, and it needs to make a determination on the master plan. All the criteria in the statute has been met. The applicant has complied with the submission requirements of the general laws 45-53-4. The application was certified as complete by the town, and the applicant has addressed all of the required findings under the statute. So at this time, I'm going to move on to the demolition permit waiver request. And at this time, I'd like to call Mr. Mark Newman. Mr. Chair, I'm going to have Mr. Newman introduce himself, tell you a little bit about his background and experience, and maybe a little bit about some projects in the area that he's worked on.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Mark Newman.
Mark,
I,
speak.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm the chief estimator, senior project manager, and construction purchasing agent for our company. I've been in construction for 36 years. I worked with Eric over the years in his previous life and in this life at ZDS. Right now, we're currently working on the Pell Hotel in Middletown, which is an older building that was built in the 70s. That's a wood frame structure that we're putting back together again. A lot of structural issues that had to be met. We're doing
Mr. Newman, you keep saying we, who is it that we?
our company, I'm sorry, J2 Construct, the company that I work for. So these are projects which I am the personal project manager on. It's my responsibility to manage the daily workflow of what's going on. I do have a superintendent on site, and I also have carpenters and laborers working on site for me. Through my career, I've spent years doing hospital work, building Foxwoods Casino. I've probably done well over 100,000 hotel rooms. I've actually done a couple of projects in Connecticut requiring what you're asking me to do here, taking structures and trying to lift them up and support them so that we could put new foundations underneath them, take away hazardous soils and things of that nature.
Mr. Newman, does your experience involve working with old historic buildings?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer Mr. Newman's resume as an exhibit and ask that he be recognized as an expert in general contracting and construction, estimating, purchasing, and project management.
My concern there is the caveat about historic buildings. Based on what we just heard, he said a few buildings in Connecticut.
In Rhode Island, state of Rhode Island, I did work on the old State House, the original State House, which was a historical structure.
So I'm not sure that would necessarily constitute an expertise in historic building.
Okay, well,
Restoration.
the building the subject building is not a historic building, it's in a historic district. Mr. Newman, have you worked on old buildings as part of your
My
experience?
entire career,
Well,
most
old
buildings.
are different than historic. I mean, an old building.
Agreed.
An old building does not constitute historic restoration. Simply dealing with an older building.
But we're actually doing 383 Benefit Street right now in Providence, which is on the historical registry, and I'm the project
But
manager.
again, we're not suggesting that this building is a historic building. It's an old building. It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work
How would you
to,
define historic?
well, it's not on the it's not a historically listed on the historic register.
It's
It's-
within the historic district.
It's
And
in a
and
historic
was
district, but it's,
recognized, I believe, from evidence that was presented to the board as of historic significance.
but that's not, that doesn't mean it's a historic building. It's a building that's in a historic district. I think we're getting away from
Well, I
the
just
point
want to
is,
be careful that we're not certifying an expert, and in doing so, blocking the possibility of someone with significant historic restoration experience. I mean,
well,
I
anybody,
just want to make sure
sure,
that.
Mr. Chair, anybody can present their own witness. I'm asking the board to recognize Mr. Newman as an expert in general contracting and construction, estimating, purchasing, and project management. I didn't, period.
Okay,
Sir, have you testified in that capacity in any of the municipality in the state of Rhode Island?
Not in the state of Rhode Island, no.
Mr. Chair, at this time, based on your concerns and lack of the background, you can allow him to proceed. However, I would recommend not allowing him to do it as an expert in the field.
I agree.
For the record, the solicitor is declining to recognize the witness as an expert in general contracting and construction.
Mr. Chair, can you just put that via motion, please? To deny whether or not the board wants to accept or deny.
I'd like to make a motion at the town solicitor's recommendation to deny this witness as an expert. I'll make a motion. Second, all in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Okay. You can continue, however, not as an expert.
Right, okay.
Just for the record,
We need
I- we-
we need 4 votes.
yep, just for the record, the applicant objects.
Okay.
So
And it's not to impugn your.
Not at all.
experience.
I'm here to explain to you, was inside the building. I have photographs of the foundation. I have photographs of the building from my knowledge and experience in dealing in these situations that I was asked to be able to have that conversation with you so I could explain to you how I came up with our proposal. and talking to subcontractors.
Mr. Newman, did you inspect the properties?
I did.
And
Oh, thank you.
did you generate a proposal?
I did.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to, well, can you please explain your proposal and the basis for it?
Sure. So I was asked by ZDS by Julie Bartlett, to go into the building and to take a look to see what it would take in order to save this building. And after having walked around the perimeter of the building and gone into the building and noticing the existing structural damage that is in the building, I was asked by Julie, could we pick the building up? So in order to pick the building up, because the framing of the building is broken, the ground floor is all deteriorated. They have all kinds of jack stands and lumber trying to hold up the basement floor, which if removed, the whole building would fall down. I myself going in, taking pictures and walking around, in all my years of experience, I was scared, to be honest with you. To go into this, when you see the photos of this, you'll understand what's down there. The floor itself is very uneven. They just have wood sitting on top of blocks to try and hold up the floor. The building itself is sagging in 2 corners. There's also a bow in the building where the building is broken down the center of the building. You can see that the base plate of the bottom floor sitting on the foundation has rotted. And after going inside the building itself, seeing it, I was asked by Julie, could we lift the building up? So the only way to physically lift the building up would be that we would have to go in, we would have to dig under the building, we would have to put steel shoring across, but in order to get the whole building itself up, I would have to reframe all the floors. I would have to crib around the entire building, sandwiching framing on the outside and the insides of the walls, and then installing what's called dead men, which would be a concrete block with a piece of steel resting against the building to hold that framing in place so we could actually lift the building up. If not, the building would come down upon itself. So if you take any of the walls on the inside of the building apart, basically what's holding them together right now is the drywall and the framing.
Mr. Newman, in terms of the scope of work, could you explain a little bit about whether, did your scope of work involve or include the full ZDS architectural
No.
design? Can you
All
please
this-
describe what your scope of work
Yes, sir.
entailed?
So all this basically included was me securing the building so I could lift the building up. It's a stone foundation, which means I would have, in order for me to get the foundation out, I would have to lift the building up a minimum of 8 feet, because I would have, bless you, I would have a minimum of a 24-inch deep steel beam. So I would need room to go in underneath the building to pull all of this out so that we could bring in soil, compact it in 12-inch lifts, and then be able to put the foundation in so we could drop the building back down, because I would need to be able to get in a small excavator or a small skid steer in order to bring that material in. So then after we would pour the foundation, we would just come back and we would try to put the exterior of the building back together again. But due to the damage and the way that it's broken in the middle of the building, once we start taking it apart, there's no guarantee that anybody can safely go inside, or once we start taking these apart, that nobody would get hurt under demolition. I've prided myself in my entire career, safety is paramount to everything that we do. And putting somebody in this building and putting their lives at risk is not something that I want to do. If a structural engineer has gone through, has taken a look at the building, has agreed with a lot of the things that I have said, and I've spoken with him, I've spoken with demolition contractors, I've spoken with a shoring contractor, I've actually driven by the building, I've given them the pictures that I have. That was how I developed my budget, strictly for taking this existing building and keeping it for your preservation.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, did you happen to see the quote, actually going back?
Yes, from,
Up.
Yep,
Yeah. Did you happen to see the quote from Aquidneck Building Movers and Riggers?
yes, sir.
Okay. You reviewed the quote. In your opinion, is it missing any items?
Well, it's missing a lot. I don't know Aquidneck Building Movers, never met them, but I look at the time that I took to put this together, the photos, everything, walking through the building and looking at the proposal and dealing with everybody that I dealt with. And then you have a proposal that has 6 lines. So, even in a walk by and not going into the building, okay, when we get to the photos, I can explain to you in more detail why just walking around the building, it's just not safe. You could have a strong wind come along. Once you start touching this building, I can't even guarantee you that if we do build the basement floor, that's going to be enough. I might have to go and restructure every single floor. And at that time, I can't guarantee you that nobody's going to get hurt, that this is a safe domicile. I mean, the structure itself, after I went through the building, was condemned. So, when a building official condemns a building, that's a pretty serious thing that they do. They don't condemn many buildings. So the building official had to have a very strong concern that there was the safety of the building and anybody entering the building not getting hurt.
So at this time, Mr. Chair, I'm asking because I know that the J2 proposal and order of magnitude quote is identified on the planning board website. If it hasn't already been accepted as an exhibit to the hearing so far, I'd like to offer it as an exhibit.
Yeah, I believe it is, but it hasn't, it should be, I mean, there will be,
Okay,
yeah. Yeah, that's what I.
Okay.
Because we have seen.
So in looking at these photos here. So in the lower left-hand corner, you can see where the building is bowed out in the center of that photo. If you look at, that's the corner, right next to it in the bottom, in the middle. That's the corner of the building that's all rotted out. It's all dry rot. That's a stone foundation, and I have other photos. I did take other photos here with me. If you have, I have as a handout if you'd like them. If not, we'll just continue to go through. But just to show you even the roof, looking at the top middle, you can see the whole left-hand side of the roof is falling down. The reason why it's staying where it is where at the roof, you have a dormer. That line that's coming down the center of the building that you can see where the break is, that's the shear wall. That shear wall right now is holding up that dormer. If that shear wall wasn't there, that dormer would be in the basement. That's the only thing that's holding that up. And as you can see along that whole wall, that's all rotted out all the way up. That's what this building is bearing on. This is a balloon frame building, meaning that back in the day, what they did was they took a stud and they went from the foundation all the way to the roof. Today, we do what's called platform building. We build the first floor, we put a floor on it, then we build the second floor, put a floor on it, then we build the third floor. This way, it separates everything, and also there's for fire separation. This doesn't have any of that. So if we start to touch this up from the roof line, just to say we were going to secure the building, we can't say that once we touch the roof line, because that whole balloon frame, as you see, it's all rotted out, that's just not going to fall apart. Once I take all that siding off, I don't know what's holding it. So this is the basement. So if you look at the top left, those are just logs that they stuck in the middle to try and hold up the framing of the floor. Then they came along, they put jack studs to try and, screw jacks, I'm sorry, to try and hold up the floor in between. You have concrete piers that are holding up the floor. If you look at that, that's one floor joist that is broken, that has been eaten by termites and has dry rot to it. So that has basically really no structural integrity whatsoever at this point. So this is basically sitting there, and if you move this building or try and do something, I don't feel safe knowing that with the condition of that it's not going to fall down. And I don't want to put somebody in the building, and God forbid something happens. I don't want it to be on my watch. So again, there's more pictures of just the foundation. Like I said, I do have other photos that show more. I did walk the entire basement, and I have a lot of examples that show right now, in order to get this out, it's not going to be easy. And in order to jack this building up, I can't guarantee you that even if we did restructure all these floors, I could keep this without falling down.
So just to clarify, Mr. Newman, your proposal, your quote is for lifting the building, supporting the building, pouring new foundation. And
Correct. And then putting a slab down and then lowering the building back onto the foundation and slab.
okay, and for that work, based on similar projects, based on your experience, you've just described a significant risk for doing that work, correct?
Correct.
And that risk could be safety concerns. And that risk will obviously include potential financial loss. Yes. And that risk could also include injury and potential liability. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's worth pointing out at this point, Mr. Chair, that the applicant structural engineer, structures engineering and design, which I'll refer to them as SED, performed a structural review of the 119 Water Street structure in October of 2022 and of 113 Water Street in December of 2022. I'd like to offer those reports as exhibits if they haven't been accepted already. Yep. Okay, and well. Okay, and from October, the December submittal was for 113 Water Street. The October report is for 119 Water Street. I know that the
119 had the monetary figures attached to it for that restoration. 113 does not.
Well,
correct?
the monetary figures that you're referring to were in the J2 proposal quote that was
For
just
119.
discussed. For 119, that's correct. That estimate and the Fuss and O'Neill peer review report were also took into consideration the SED structural report for October 2022. So I'm going to discuss briefly the Fuss and O'Neill report.
Mhm.
And as foundation for that, since the Fuss and O'Neill report relied on and reviewed the October 2022 SED report, I'm going to offer it as an exhibit.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's the one. I've got your copies for the board in case you want to pass them on.
Didn't answer the questions on 113.
Oh, okay. Right. For the record, to reiterate, 119 did have from J2 the costs for restoring or stabilizing the building.
Correct.
113 does not.
It does not, because the plan for both buildings of the applicant is to demolish the buildings.
Right, but the demolition ordinance requests a proof of the fact that the building is in such poor shape that, as you'd argued in your letter, that the applicant would not have the money to restore that. And
Well,
your information on 119 would bear that out. On 113, we have nothing
Well, you,
similar.
but you have the report that just became an exhibit for 113 from SED.
But that
It talks
doesn't
about
mean
this-
that It's
And
in-
it talks about the structural issues, Mr. Chair. We also have the condemnation orders as to both buildings.
But that was, the condemnation orders were afterwards. There is a requirement within the demolition ordinance that requires the same level of examination for 113 as you did for 119.
Well, at my understanding of the demolition permit statute 4-35 is that it requires a showing of undue financial hardship for the applicant, which I plan to discuss.
But how would we know what that is if there's nothing attached to 113?
Well, because whatever it's going to cost to shore up and support 113 is going to be in addition to the cost, to the almost $1 million cost for 119. And the applicant is not in a position to do that. So the costs for 113 go above and beyond.
But we don't know that. That's what you're saying, but we don't have a witness, expert or otherwise, who has said this is the condition of 113 and it would be based on an estimate what that is. And that is part of the ordinance for demolition within the historic district.
But if you would allow me, Mr. Chair, the structural report from Fuss and O'Neill, which was the town's peer review report, states, and I'll quote, "The cost to repair the structure is anticipated to exceed the cost of replacing the structure." So it's a cumulative information that we're asking the board to take into consideration.
Yeah.
If the applicant doesn't have the means to spend the $931,000 on 119 Water Street, then we can't.
Well, we can be talking later about figures that have been presented both for the demolition and in the pro forma that are not necessarily absolutes, that are in fact may be called into question in terms of the amounts that are being presented. But without that amount for 113, the board cannot make a determination as to whether or not that building is capable of being saved as was intended in the demolition ordinance for the historic district.
Well, I guess I would object to that posture only because to ask the applicant to, what it sounds like you're doing is asking the applicant to spend additional resources that wasn't part of its plan of remediation that was submitted to the building official after the orders of condemnation
But
included to demolish the buildings. We haven't heard anything from the building official since that plan of remediation was submitted in November of 2022. So the applicant is left to believe that plan of remediation was accepted. To then offer an additional,
why would you assume that?
well, I'm not saying,
It's an
I'm not
assumption,
saying, well,
and
we haven't had a response is what I'm saying.
but it's the building official is available, and this has been noted a number of times that 113 has no financial assessment attached to it. And yet here we are again, still with no financial
Right, and-
assessment.
Well, and what I would say is that the applicant has spent significant resources attempting to present this project, has a number of professionals engaged. The plan of remediation for both buildings is to demolish. So the applicant put forth a proposal to support and lift the larger building as illustrative of the type of costs that we're approaching here.
Again,
And
I
that-
appreciate that, and I follow the logic of it. But the fact of the matter is that this is, in each case, these buildings have to be taken separately. Because they're separate buildings. They're certainly on the land that is proposed for the new building to be placed upon, but they themselves are separate entities. So to assume that 113 simply fits into 119 because the plan is to build a building on that site and create parking. I don't think, in my opinion, this does not meet the intent of the demolition ordinance.
Well, should I just
Go
go
ahead.
forward with?
Yeah.
Okay, we can
Okay.
agree to disagree, and I want to put on the record that I don't know that the applicant's team was ever requested to produce a proposal estimate for supporting the building at 113 Water Street. I think I would have found myself in a position of having this conversation with whoever was making that request, that it's an unnecessary prejudicial expenditure of resources on the part of the applicant that from our perspective isn't necessary because the plan of remediation is the demolition, which was submitted to the building official. So let me just move on with the rest of the presentation. The town conducted its own peer review of the structural reports of the applicant for both 119 Water Street and 113 Water Street. The Fuss and O'Neill peer review report dated October 17th, 2022 agreed with the applicant's structural engineers and report. Fuss and O'Neill conducted a site visit, reviewed the SED reports, also reviewed the J2 construct proposal dated August of 2022. And Fuss and O'Neill confirmed the findings of SED and J2 and further stated, and I'll quote here, based on the observed condition of the existing structure, full replacement of the existing building may be a more economical approach. So that Fuss and O'Neill was not engaged by the applicant. Fuss and O'Neill was the peer review.
And it said may be, and that, and you know, in terms of language, that may be is very important because it's an assumption. And you're presenting it as if it is.
No,
but it
I'm
may
not,
be.
Mr. Chair. I'm just stating, I quoted what they said.
And so I'm saying, based on that quote,
Right, because they also could have said that the applicant or whomever should preserve the building, but they didn't. Instead, they said that full replacement may be a more economical approach. Fuss and O'Neill also suggested, again, going back to your earlier question, that the J2 estimate of $931,000 will likely be exceeded. Fuss and O'Neill pointed out that the J2 proposal does not take into account certain task items. For instance, further financial contingency for the complexity of the work within the existing structure and the effort required to maintain elements of the building such as the utilities, professional design efforts required to comply with applicable building code, if applicable, new fire escapes, new exterior doors and windows. So the Fuss and O'Neill report itemizes additional costs that's likely. If the Fuss and O'Neill peer review report is not part of the record already, I'd like to move it in.
It definitely
I
is.
think it is, okay. So let's talk a little bit about the Fuss and O'Neill peer review report for 113 Water Street that was conducted on January 23rd of 2023. Again, Fuss and O'Neill conducted a site visit, went through the building, reviewed the report by SED dated December 12th, 2022. And again, Fuss and O'Neill concurred with SED's findings. Fuss and O'Neill noted a number of items, again, that were missing from the Aquidneck Builders and Movers and Riggers report or quote, including a statement of work and quote for final repairs required after the structure is placed on new foundations. Again, Fuss and O'Neill, I'll quote again, Fuss and O'Neill ultimately finds that the cost to repair the structure is anticipated to exceed the cost of replacing the structure. And again, I believe that the Fuss and O'Neill January
Yes, that
23rd
is in the
report
record.
is in the
and
record.
again, the term is anticipated.
Sure.
Look, I
that's
don't
the term
mean to
they
be
use.
argumentative for the purpose of being argumentative. The fact here, the concern that I have is figures presented for the restoration, believe will have been challenged, will be challenged. But the 113, without having those figures available, is a soft target.
Okay, and I will get to this in a second, but we assert, again, according to the ordinance, that the applicant has to show undue financial burden. The quote that we do have amounts to an undue financial burden, and the costs to support and repair 113 Water Street would only exceed that. The buildings have been condemned, so the owner is under an obligation to deal with the buildings. They're unsafe. So
Again.
all of this has to be taken into context. It may be that we could sit around and talk about different ways to repair the structure if we weren't dealing with a building that's been condemned as being unsafe. But the applicant's plan of remediation, given its existing pending application, is to demolish the buildings. So the experts have stated that it may be more feasible, or not feasible, excuse me, to repair the buildings, and that full replacement may be more feasible. Under section 4-35 of the town ordinance, the town may grant a waiver to demolish when one of the three tests is met. So one of those tests is that retention of the building or structure constitutes a hazard to public safety, which hazard cannot be eliminated by economic means available to the owner. The second test is that preservation of the building or structure would cause undue or unreasonable financial hardship to the owner, taking into account the financial resources available to the owner, including sale of the building or structure to any purchaser willing to preserve such building or structure. And we're not asserting any reason under item 3, so in the interest of time, I'm gonna move on. The applicant's position is that he has satisfied those first two tests of section 4-35.
What do you say to section 4?
I'm sorry?
What do you say to section 4? Of the test, the fourth test, the applicant has shown that the preservation of the structure would not be in the interest of the majority of the community.
That is,
Their position on that?
well, right, so that is the third test. I'm under the impression that 1, 2, and 3, I think that's number 3. But in any event, that the applicant only needs to satisfy one of the tests. And so the applicant is moving under 1 and 2. We're essentially, the applicant is saying that the third test, or the one you just referenced, is not relevant for the applicant's position. So the prima facie evidence that the buildings are not safe and constitute a hazard are the condemnation orders that were issued by the building inspector, building official, one on October 26, 2022 for 119 Water Street, the other on November 7th, 2022 for 113 Water Street. Mr. Chair, if those documents have not been admitted as exhibits, I'd like to offer them now.
Sorry, Brett, which one, which two?
Two condemnation notices, but
Donation notice.
It's the,
Cabral, and I believe they were entered, but let's be sure that that was in fact.
And if those in attendance could please refrain from private conversation, it's very distracting, I'm sure, for those speaking and for the planning board. Thank you.
Fred, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please do.
So I'm interested in what would you offer this board as a legally competent definition of undue or unreasonable financial burden on the owner?
Yeah. Okay.
You may want to restate that.
no, I heard it, Mr. Atwood. So the legally competent evidence is that,
Well, no, I said, what's the legally competent definition that you would offer of legally competent definition of undue or unreasonable financial burden on the owner?
okay,
When I read that, I think of, I'll give a quick story. I grew up in an old house and my parents, it fell apart around them and they did not have the means to restore it. When I read that, that's kind of what I read. So I'm just curious what your
sure.
legally competent definition is.
The same situation holds here, Mr. Atwood, that the test is financial resources available to the owner. The owner of this property is 119 Water Holding LLC. The only asset of the owner is the property. So the property, available public records, was the assessed value of the property is $377,000, a little more than that. The fair market value of the property as recent as December of 2021, when it was purchased by the existing owner, was $564,000. And that was before the condemnation orders were issued. So it's reasonable to believe that the fair market value is less than that at this time. So, and the costs to support the structure and certainly to repair it greatly exceed those figures. So the owner is not in a position to meet the undue financial burden test. Sure, the owner has applied for grants and incentives for the project, but that's for the project that has been, that is pending. It's not, those grants and applications wouldn't otherwise be available for preservation of the structures outside of the four corners of its comprehensive permit application. Does that address your question?
Is the private financing through Rhode Island Housing to ensure that it is the affordable housing? Is that the remainder of the financing in the prospectus?
Yeah, this project will qualify for programs under the state through Rhode Island Housing.
Right,
Yes.
so if it's not rebuilt by Rhode Island Housing, he loses the financing from Rhode Island Housing and would then therefore have to find another loan somewhere else.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So with the affordable housing, right, you go through Rhode Island Housing, which is lending, is the majority lender. So yes, there's these grants and other things within the scope of work or the business plan, really. And so those qualify under certain things, but there's another large portion that is being privately financed. Is that being privately financed through Rhode Island Housing because of the affordable housing component of this?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, is this, we're into financing?
Sorry.
Because we're still in the demolition discussion.
But this
Well-
kind of relates, because here's the thing, under the plan that we're seeing, it is based on the financing of a business plan of rebuilding a structure. If it were to be preserved, that's a completely different business plan in which a bank may not finance that. How many, $3 million? And so then therefore, yes, it does go into the, is this a hardship or not? Because if you lose your financing, that's a huge hardship.
Right. I think to answer your question, I think now that I understand it, I think, yes, we'd have to seek, the applicant would have to seek private financing if the state programs, Rhode Island Housing
Well,
programs.
there's two
are not-
two elements going on here. One is the development, the proposed development. The other is the demolition permit that is part and parcel of the comprehensive permit. Had the applicant gone to the town and gotten the demolition permit prior to this comprehensive permit, then I think you could conceivably argue that that is part of the business plan, but you're asking you've built in to the comprehensive permit these two structures that are that fall under the demolition ordinance. And so as a consequence, I think what we're at, that, you know, it's if it's $1 million to fix 119, that's clearly way more logically than somebody could pay to restore that building, because it's not just the restoration based on the figures that you provided. However, 113, again, has nothing. So there's no, they do need to be addressed, and what undue hardship is there, we don't have a comparison. You know, if I look at 119 and you say $900,000, you can say, boy, that's a lot of money, and it's going to be very difficult for anybody to show any kind of profitability if they have to pay nearly $1 million to stabilize this building. So in some ways, you know, that argument unreasonable hardship is there. 113, the same is not true. And to go back to 119, again, I'm assuming that we're going to hear some testimony regarding the cost of restoring 119. That may be less, it may be more, I don't know, but 113 is hanging out there all by itself, and there's no way of determining what's an undue hardship.
Well, if the chair and the board would prefer to see evidence taken on that issue, you know, I hesitate, and I guess I object to the notion that the costs to support the structure are illustrated by 119. That's what we were intending to illustrate for the boards.
I get it for 119, but
But
if
a
you've got
similar,
two entities,
sure, I
you
guess what I'm
can't say this entity is the same as that entity. Smaller building, much less damage just from the pictures that you've taken. So again, the intent is not to say, hey, these buildings weren't condemned. They hadn't been let go for 30 years through, in large part, the fault of the town and not in enforcing its appropriate ordinances. But what I'm saying is that what we're being tasked with, the planning board, is to look at all of the evidence that is presented and to say, is this reasonable? And it's impossible to do that with 113 because there's no evidence.
Well, except we do have the Fuss and O'Neill report that suggests.
That's the towns, and they were, you know, I can't even tell you what they were basing it on because they weren't responding as they were in 119. Again, I just, you know,
I just want to set the record clear, Mr. Chair. Fuss and O'Neill reviewed the structural report for 113 that was prepared by SED. They agreed with it, and they suggested that the costs to repair greatly exceed. So so yes, we're relying partly on the Fuss and O'Neill conclusions, but their peer review, unbiased.
I think they overstepped their bounds, Fuss and O'Neill. I mean, I know it was the town, but, you know, in one case, they're responding to something that they were asked to respond to. In another one, it almost sounds like a partisan response. You know, I mean, nobody said to them how much, you know, what do you think this is? They were asked to respond specifically to the information that the applicant had presented.
Mr. Chairman, don't we have somebody here who is prepared to speak about historic reservation and give a cost estimate of this? Isn't there?
For 113?
Yeah, I
No.
believe so.
We don't. There's no one here.
Wasn't somebody from the other side here to talk about that? And so maybe if we continue and let them
Not
finish, we can.
113. We don't.
we can-
113 is, I'm just, you know, the point here is that this is an important element in terms of the total application. I mean, we can get into some of the issues that were brought up about the cost of sewers. We can get into some of the issues that were brought up in the pro forma about the cost, the market cost of apartments. This is part and parcel of the application, and so as a consequence, it's relevant to how we can view the issues that we see within this. Again, I don't want to belabor the 113. It just is. I mean, we can't say that there are facts when there aren't facts. And you can point to Fuss and O'Neill, but I would have to say, you know, I wasn't responsible for hiring them, and they overstepped the bounds by saying something that they are not basing it on specific
Mr. Chairman,
monetary facts.
I have to put on the record an objection to the chair's characterization of a peer review report. I mean, we didn't order the report. The report exists, and I'm just giving the information from.
No, I understand now. What I'm saying though is that the information there doesn't it doesn't reflect what it reflected in 119, and that's it. I mean, it's 119, they had something to respond to, 113, they did not. That's it.
And just for the record, they did make a recommendation. And they did find that the cost to repair is anticipated to exceed the cost of replacing.
Okay.
They actually said they weren't able to see the final scope, but their own opinion is that.
So, and again, just to address a question that Mr. Atwood asked earlier.
Can I, what I heard you say earlier, and I'll restate it and see if I got it right, but it seems like the logic is the only asset the owner of the property has is the building itself, which you ran down the numbers and you provided some, and so therefore, it sounds like your version of a legally feasible, what's the right word here? I'm not a lawyer. Legally competent definition of an undue reasonable burden is if the cost of restoration exceeds that of the value of the building.
Well, that's part of it, I think, and I want to emphasize a word that you said in your statement there, and that's has. You said that the financial resources that the owner has. I think you're going to hear some comment later on that the available resources to an owner is potential grants or tax credits that might exist or that could exist. And I would assert that the statute 4-35, the ordinance, specifically uses the word financial resources available to the owner, not what the owner could seek or obtain in the endless universe of potential grants or tax credits. So you have to look at, in other words, the ordinance is clearly written so that the drafters intended that the available financial means is what the owner currently has. What does the owner have the available means, not can the owner go out and obtain the available means. And the available means here are limited to how I described it earlier. The value of the property, the costs clearly of 119 are in excess of the owner's available means. And I assert that the costs, the owner has to deal with both the buildings. If we're gonna, structurally support 119, the same effort would have to carry over to 113, and those costs are going to be above and beyond $930,000. The owner doesn't have the available financial means to do that work.
Okay.
I guess the last thing I'll say, I know that we need to move on, but it would seem as though that would set a precedent that anyone could come in, buy a historic building, put it in an LLC, and then raise it because they say it's the cost of renovating it is more than its value, which I think is a dubious precedent.
That is the problem with this ordinance. That's so.
Hey,
that
hey,
is
hey,
the problem.
please. Don't make me clear the building.
Don't have-
But I guess the converse of that, member Atwood, is that if this board were to adopt the proposition being argued or offered that available financial means any potential grants or tax credits, how could an applicant ever get a permit and meet that standard? I'm sorry, how could an applicant ever meet the standard? You'd be caught in an endless chasm of chasing
I think you're
grants
responding,
and
you're responding to a letter that we received regarding outside sources of revenue. But what Mr. Atwood is saying is that if somebody buys a building, I don't want to talk about credits or anything else, and simply says, I bought this thing, I overpaid for it, I can't possibly fix it up, so I'm gonna tear it down. The consequences of that to the historic district would be devastating. It would allow a kind of clear cut by fiat. They would be able to say, I can't afford to fix this. Now, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case here, but we have to be, as a planning board, we have to be very careful that we don't create a situation in which someone could come in, and you're not saying this, you're talking about credits or grants. I'm saying, quite apart from that, we have a duty to determine that anybody who comes in and says, I have to demolish this building, proves it clearly. Now, you know, again, and I'm not going to get into the 119 and 113. We've gone over that ad infinitum. Let's, you know, move on. But that, we're not talking about credits. We're simply talking about the idea of buying a building, saying it is in such poor shape that I have to tear it down.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is on the town.
Please?
Yeah, it's our ordinance. Our ordinance doesn't stipulate what financial hardship means. And so
That's right.
unfortunately, they've put us in a situation by passing this ordinance in which we have to arbitrarily figure out what a financial hardship means. And so we can ask everybody's opinion of what that means, but it means something to everybody else. That's like me speeding down the road and the police pulling me over and saying, hey, you're getting a ticket. And I say, why? Well, because we're determining speed based on your financial hardship and you drive this type of car. So I think we need to
Nobody's
move
trying
on
to
because this
grab
is a
money out.
very much of a
Well,
decision that we all have some different opinions.
right.
on.
And if I can just expand on that, because there's no specific standard or definition, what I'm giving you in terms of the financial capacity or hurdles of the owner, that's what it is.
119, I'm there with you.
Right, but there's,
113, I'm not.
but there's,
And
but
that's the difference.
But there's
I mean,
no language in the ordinance that requires a report on the proposal, the proposed costs. Instead, the language of the ordinance talks about undue financial hardship and I'm asserting that the financial condition of the applicant.
information is probably all there. It just wasn't included in your application. And the cost of the house, the cost of that's it. It's a bottom line omission of information. It's not, there's nothing, you know, more to be said about it, really. It's 119, I could, you know, you've got a potentially a sound argument based on the evidence that we have before us. With 113, we don't know. And that was, each building has to be treated the same way.
But there's no standard that's clear that would put us in a position of addressing that. It's
Why would you do
undefined.
119 then? Why would
As-
not just say 119? Hey, it's a mess. Look, they condemned it. We gotta get rid of it. Why would you go through all of the trouble of hiring somebody to go through it and go through that process, if that's the case?
To be illustrative, to put the board in a position to understand the sort of costs that we're talking about. It just wasn't
All right, well, we gotta move
necessary.
on. I mean, this is just, it's circular. Go ahead.
Okay. At this time, I think we've discussed the building permit. I'd like to reserve the right to address any public comment that's offered after our presentation.
I have a specific question about, going back to, I just want to make sure I have the current information, the most current information. We spoke previously about a net loss or gain of the number of beds that would result in the development if it's built versus if the two buildings that are existing were rehabilitated. Can either you or someone else from the team tell me again tonight what those numbers are in terms of how many beds will result, bedroom will result if the development goes forward?
And
I think it
just,
was 20 the last time, but I want to make sure I've got the most current information.
but and are you asking as compared to the 4-story presentation
That's right.
or,
Yeah.
or,
Well, the final number, the current proposal.
no, I guess I was just trying to clarify whether you were asking the difference between the
No.
3-story approach or the 4-story approach.
No, the current proposal is a 3-story.
Yep.
The difference between that and the number of bedrooms if the 2 existing buildings are rehabilitated. Presumably if they could be, and what number of bedrooms would result if that were to take place.
I don't think we have information here tonight that talks about the existing bed count.
Last time there was a figure that was put on the record, I'm trying to get it, in my
I
notes.
looked it up. It's on the GIS map. Yeah, that's
We
what's
have
on there.
14 beds in the 3-story proposal because Steve.
14 beds,
So this field card says the 6 bedrooms. And then.
All right, hold on.
Oh. Sorry, thank you. This says that there's 6 bedrooms in 119 Water Street, 120. Yeah, 119, this is 119 Water Street. 6 bedrooms, but that doesn't sound right to me.
all right, well, I'd like an answer to the question before I'm ready to take a vote. That, I do know that there was a figure put out at the last time we had a discussion about this, so I think.
I mean, I'm
somebody
happy
should be
to
able to
admit
get it.
this. I mean, this is not our information, but the town's.
No.
Are you done with your presentation?
May I ask a question about impervious parking? I'd like to.
For now, we'll offer as an exhibit.
I'm just gonna ask them if they consider.
Assessors page.
And there's 4 in one, not 113.
So, you've indicated that and correct me if I'm wrong, that there will be no access off Water Street to the development. Where there is a curb cut currently, that will not be used.
Correct.
Okay, because that was something that we did ask about, particularly given the safety hazards that would be incurred by using only Sisson Street as the egress and ingress to this development and to Water Dog. So you're saying that that's not on the table. That using that as a means for deliveries.
Correct.
Okay, because I was like,
That, correct, yes,
all right,
that's right.
because we had discussed that. You started this by saying we listened and.
Sure, and right,
Those are my words. Yeah, so the question, just confirming that no vehicular access off Water Street. Is that the question you're asking?
Yes.
Based on the
And
existing
we,
curb cut that's there?
because we had said
Yep.
that constitutes a potential public safety
We
issue.
agree.
Given the fact that Sisson Street accesses other houses there and becomes a one-way in and out for both the restaurant and the residences, correct? So that's it. There's just
Sisson
one.
Street is the vehicular access for the restaurant and the residents.
It used to be that there was a cut through there. That was an entrance to the
Okay.
Water Dog.
Yeah,
restaurant.
we think it's better for pedestrian and vehicular separation to do it the way we're proposing it.
And that you don't consider a problem for Sisson Street.
No, not at all. No, I don't think the density of 12 units will create that.
Are you including Water Dog parking in the total? For the parking? What happened to Water Dog parking?
Can I again remind everyone to please refrain from speaking? It's hard to hear what the presenters are saying.
So, Mr. Chairman, in terms of that access, we had discussed on the record, it's my professional opinion that vehicular access from Water Street is not the preferred route. You want to route everyone through an intersection as it exists today. Right now, DOT is constantly pushing to eliminate access from roadways. And not to have multiple access. In putting vehicular access along that you're antiquating the fact of that pedestrian, that congruent movement that we want to have within that parcel. We believe that it's a much safer way to have everybody enter and exit through that intersection that's already striped.
For the
Yes.
deliveries.
Yes.
That was what we had discussed, the possibility of moving the outdoor seating during the nighttime, which would then allow that to be used for deliveries, avoiding the potential congestion of Sisson Street, except for when the building was in use, and then you could put the chairs and tables back out.
So while we do adhere that we did listen to the comments, I don't feel respectfully that it's in good design practice, which is why we installed that delivery access. So please be clear, we had looked at it, and again, I just don't feel as though, in my professional opinion, it is correct, and that is the proper way to do that, to introduce another vehicular access onto Water Street.
Okay, and then water dog parking, the parking that was
It is.
specifically agreed upon when Water Dog was given its approval to operate as a restaurant.
That's something the solicitor can discuss with counsel. As you know, in the VB zone, commercial is not required to have parking. Of those 31 required parking spaces, the Water Dog Cafe none of them are included in that.
But there was, my understanding of this was that the zoning board of review, when it accepted this, was told and agreed upon by the owner of Water Dog that there would be dedicated spots for Water Dog. So, and to the best of my knowledge, Water Dog has not gone back to the zoning board to ask for relief from that agreement. So how do you justify that?
Well, so I did discuss this with the solicitor going back to late December of 2022 and early January of this year. Our position is that the parking for 119 Water, beyond the relief that we've spelled out in the waivers, does not require a variance for shared parking. Where the ordinance contemplates shared parking at section 32-107. And that there is language in the ordinance that does require a variance, but only for the water overlay district, not for the village business
But
district.
that shared parking, I mean, we're talking about apartments versus a restaurant. So I own a apartment, or I live in an apartment in the new building, and I want to park there, but the folks from Water Dog are parking there, so I'm thrown out in the street.
Right, so I didn't complete my thought, Mr. Chair. Again, we're only at master plan stage. As I said, I discussed this with the solicitor, and we both agreed that this is an issue that we would have to vet and figure out before a final approval on this matter. But this was not something that we were asked to determine conclusively for master plan.
Well,
The-
I think,
ordinance-
you know, what it speaks to is the size of the building. The building is so large that it requires a certain number of parking spaces, so perhaps the building's too large for the space that it's being put in. I mean, this is
Well,
what the parking,
I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that obviously the applicant owns both properties. It's going to be in the applicant's best interest to get the parking situation figured out. He will do that. But we weren't asked to have that sorted out for master plan stage.
yeah, but I mean, I think somebody said we've got to go to zoning for this.
Mr. Chair, if this in fact is approved tonight, certainly would be conditioned on zoning approval. I do believe that this is a violation of the special use permit issued to Water Dog. And possibly, again, I'm not sure 100% right now whether or not they need a variance. I mean, that's open to interpretation, but the bottom line is, if there is an approval, it'll be conditioned on zoning approval.
you know, when I hear the word violation, it suggests, you know, an unwillingness to deal honestly with an existing agreement.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm going to object to the characterization as a violation. Certainly a special use permit exists, but so does the concept of shared parking in the village business district. And what's incumbent upon the applicant is that before any final approval of this matter, the applicant, working with the solicitor's office and the town planner, figure out whether a variance is needed. I don't believe it is. It may be a simple appearance at the zoning board to demonstrate how the applicant can cooperate or coincide with the special use permit.
Again, there's been a number of zoning meetings
But-
between then and now, and I don't see.
Mr. Chair, this absolutely needs to be handled at this level because it goes right to density. Therefore, any approval, if there's an approval, it has to be conditioned on zoning. We don't agree exactly what steps need to be taken, but we certainly agree that the zoning situation has to be addressed. And this is the level because parking has to go to the density that they are requesting.
Aren't we acting as the zoning board? Under
You're
the
not looking
comprehensive
for
permit?
zoning approval for this application. It has an effect on,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
correct,
That
Right,
the
and-
water dog special use of permit has to go back to zoning.
correct.
Thank you.
I would just like to make a closing statement as architect of record before we turn it over. I'm sure there'll be plenty of subjective public testimony, and I want to consider this a subjective testimony of a licensed professional in the state of Rhode Island. That, you know, ZDS really prides itself in adaptive reuse and historic restoration work. We have plenty of projects, won many awards, Providence Preservation Society awards, Preserve Rhode Island awards. In fact, our office is in a historic mill, and we were never asked to do anything, but we did everything we could to preserve its historic integrity. Wanskuck Mill in Providence, Roosevelt Mill in Central Falls, Esmond Mill in Smithfield. We won awards for the Beatrice Hotel in downtown Providence. 56 Dorrance is some micro loss, all really great adaptive reuse and historic work. This is not any of those. This is a condemned, uncontributing tenement home that is unsafe for the general public and has been proven unsafe by not only licensed professionals, but the building official himself. I don't want to oversimplify this because I know that I am not an attorney like so many others in the room. But this product that we would be presenting to you tonight is in response to much of the feedback that we received. And we're confident that we are putting our best foot forward and delivering exactly what belongs in place of these dilapidated, condemned properties. And so before we open the floor and talk about cost of repair or anything of that nature, I just wanted to state how a little disappointing it is to be spending so much time about cost of repair when there's nothing there worth repairing.
Let me explain something, and I understand what you're saying, and I wish we had not had to spend as much time on that, but it speaks to, as I mentioned before, some of the concerns that we have about figures that have been presented as part of the application that have been challenged, that go beyond the demolition. So it's taking these figures in totality, the idea that sewerage, for example, as the letter from the town manager pointed out, there were a number of figures that were presented in the pro forma. And this is that's one of the reasons we're pushing it. Not the fact that these buildings are not they are in very difficult straits. Now, whether they can be fixed or not, I don't know, because I'm not an engineer and I'm not a home restorer. What I am concerned about is the fact that there are some concerns that we have, and one of them is the parking relating to the zoning for water dog. I mean, that is you can argue it however you want, but there were several months here where the applicant could simply have gone to the zoning board of review and said, you know, we've got a problem here. What do you think? But that wasn't done. So there's a concern about how many of these things are in there, not, you know, the challenging the condition of the buildings to the extent that, you know, that, or that somebody has come forward to buy them, because to date, no one has.
But
And that
Mr.
is part of the process.
Mr. Chair, the comprehensive permit statute is not set up or designed to make a separate application or zone. We are seeking waivers for 119 Water Street through the various.
But 125 crept in. I mean, that's the problem. 125 is not part of the comprehensive permit.
But the ordinance allows the concept of shared parking.
No, I don't see that. I don't see how you can juggle 125 in conveniently and then juggle it out. I mean, it's not part of the comprehensive permit. And so as a consequence, and it does speak to density and, you know, size of the building. How you got a building there that's too big in terms of what the parking requirements are for this area that is already suffering really difficult problems with parking. I mean, it's unfortunate we don't have a parking ordinance, but we all know that this place, and particularly at night, is an impossible and difficult place, and public safety is at risk because of the absence of good parking.
Mr. Chair, I want to follow up on one of my questions before they,
Please do.
their application, please, or presentation, please. So I checked my notes from the October 24th meeting, at which time the 4-story unit was still under consideration. I believe that's correct, right? Back in October?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd asked the same question about the net gain or loss of bedrooms, and my notes here say the net gain or loss of bedrooms stays at 20. So that means that the 4-story proposal would have resulted in 20 bedrooms.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's no longer the case. We have a revised proposal.
Correct.
All right, so what would this new proposal bring us in terms of number of bedrooms?
14.
Thank you.
You know, in the interests of getting some of these other folks in here, I would like to talk at some point after we've heard from the public about what Warren has done to date for affordable housing, because one of the things that's happening here is that we are, as a board, being forced to make this decision through the process of the comprehensive permit. And the comprehensive permit, the spirit of which is, let's create affordable housing. And what has most disturbed me about this application, this is me personally, is it started off with 80% affordable housing, is now 25%. And which doesn't even move the needle on affordable housing in Warren in and of itself. So there's a concern there about what we're dealing with here in terms of the comprehensive permit, and the fact that that Warren has worked to get affordable housing. We have vouchers that we provide to people. So if those are included in our total number of affordable housing, we are close to it. So our ability to resist the development of a historic area in a way that we deem uncharacteristic to that area is not as powerful as if we had no affordable housing in this area, which is what it looks like if you look at the concept of dedicated affordable housing, not counting the vouchers. Again, referring to the letter provided by Kate.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to respond to that. My understanding is that the town manager submitted a letter, and her comment was that that there's been legislation introduced, SO 317 to be specific, that would change the calculation of affordable housing to include rental property located within a municipality that's secured by a federal government voucher or subsidy. Application of this new calculation would better reflect the affordability within the town by increasing housing choice vouchers issued by the town housing authority. And she provides some calculations. I submitted a response earlier today that clarified that that is completely irrelevant. The SO 317 is a bill that was proposed by a state senator. The bill has no House of Representatives companion. And in order to become law, you've got to have a companion from the House side. By the way, the bill will, I anticipate, be hotly contested by housing advocates because it doesn't actually provide for additional affordable housing. It simply relabels existing units so that towns can get closer to the 10% mandate
Well,
without
closer to
actually.
The reality of what
Can
affordable
I
housing
just,
is.
can I just finish my response, Mr. Chair? So that it relabels existing units so that towns can get closer to the mandate without actually producing a single new unit of housing. It's just a bill, just like the song, okay? It's not law, and it may never be law. But this application that's pending was filed under the existing affordable housing law, which requires a 10% mandate.
And based on an 80% number.
Well, let's
that
talk-
was in the original letter that was presented, that was based,
Sure.
that agreement on the funding was based on an 80% of the units being affordable.
So let's address.
By the comprehensive permit. We are given the ability to use judgment in this process. And so there is a sense of negotiation, and to go from 80 to 25%.
But
Me
but
is
the applicant
just
is-
doing the very minimum of what you can do, and it doesn't benefit the concept of affordable housing.
Two quick points, Mr. Chair, that 25% is the requirement. That's what the applicant can commit to at this point without being in a position of knowing what funding is available. That's the key. The applicant can't apply for funding and get approved for it until it gets its local approvals. So to commit to 80% affordable when the economics and cash flow hasn't situated itself would be financial suicide. Instead,
when we
let me
asked-
just finish real quick.
Okay.
Instead, what the applicant is attempting to do is commit to the statutory requirement of 25% along with a commitment to, if the finances work out and the financial programs are confirmed through Rhode Island Housing, which they can't be until they get the local approvals, then there's possibility that the number of affordable units can increase. It's just that at this stage, at master plan stage, the applicant can't commit to anything beyond what the statute requires.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the record, so the board knows you can absolutely consider the vouchers in terms of affordability in the town of Warren. Okay, while you're considering the standards that you have to look at later on. So you can't consider the vouchers that the town has. Second of all, we do not need a companion bill to pass a law. And it doesn't matter whether or not the law has passed, but you can't consider the vouchers in terms of affordability in the town.
Just to clarify, are the vouchers part of the SO 317? Because I was responding particularly to the letter by the town manager that was filed on February
No, we're
22nd.
talking specifically about within the context of the comprehensive permit. The idea, has the town moved in a direction of having affordable housing?
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that instead of going back and forth with the applicant, is that he finishes off and then we open this up public input.
Okay. Again, I did want this to be on the record that Norbert Street, we have 3 affordable units. Metacom Avenue, we have 18 units that were approved under the comprehensive permit. Right now, there's Last Ever Realty, which has a request in for 109 units with 32 affordable. So there are, the town has moved in the direction or is moving. In some cases, you know, clearly Last Ever was problematic, that we do have movement toward affordable housing. And that's an important factor in considering how much leeway we have and how much in terms of the waivers we need to accept. Okay, so I'd say let's go to the public comment.
Motion to open public comment.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Good evening. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Cervenka and I represent the Warren Preservation Society. My firm is Cervenka, Green and Ducharme, and we're located at 225 Dyer Street, second floor, Providence, Rhode Island, 02903. Chairman, I do have some initial comments that I'd like to make. I know that you have a restriction generally as to time. I have 4 points I'd like to make, and then I'd like to call up a witness who I'd like to have qualified as a historic preservation construction expert. I'd like to do a voir dire of him and then ask the board if he can be so qualified, and then ask some substantive questions. If that schedule is okay with you, then I'll proceed. As you have all read, I hope, we submitted a letter on February 22nd, 2023, and that sets forth comprehensively our position on this application. We oppose the requested demolition of 113 and 119. That is our exclusive focus in our objection remarks. We're not focusing on the master plan aspect. As you will hear from the witness that I would like to present and that we presented in our letter, the scope of work that is found in the J2 construct estimate, that's the one that's $931,700, is overdone. And contains certain unnecessary work. As coined by my expert who will independently speak, this is bridge construction on a wood framed house. That's the simplest way that we can describe it. As there has been extensive discussion already, there is no companion scope of work and estimate for 113 Water Street. That is an omission. These two historic buildings are independent of one another, even though they are on the same property. You have to have a process of determining what the financial hardship is per building. As far as our request has gone for inspection of 119 and 113, we feel that it is necessary for an independent contractor, a companion to J2, as well as a historic preservation construction expert to get inside the building to determine what we believe will be a reasonable scope of work. We have reason to believe that the J2, and you'll hear from our expert, that the J2 construct estimate is extreme. Second point, the applicant has not demonstrated that it has pursued available financial resources to preserve either 119 or 113. You did not hear the owner's representative of Water Holding testify tonight. You have not seen an affidavit from the owner that has explained what this owner has attempted to do to save this building. There has simply been a cost estimate for restoration and hands thrown up. We can't do anything about it. That is not the spirit of this town's demolition ordinance. On this point, the applicant has not put this property up for sale, has not attempted to market it, has not entertained whether in discussions leading up to this, it would consider selling the property. And the response back that we have received from that is no offer has been put on the table. Well, we cannot make an offer, or independent third party cannot make an offer until there's a reasonable scope of work and cost estimate. That requires an independent inspection of both 119 and 113. I was looking at the historical area zoning enabling law today. That's state law. And that's a state law that authorizes the local demolition ordinance. And it talks about things that the applicant must do to demonstrate that there's this financial hardship. And it talks specifically about sale to a third party. And it states that the applicant must demonstrate, quote, continuing bona fide and reasonable efforts, end quote, to sell the structures to any purchaser willing to preserve them. So far, no efforts in this regard have been made. That's Rhode Island General Laws 45-24.1-4. Third point. Contrary to the applicant's assertion that this board has no authority to place any conditions on this application, such as a further inspection of the inside of 119 and 113 to come up with a reasonable scope of work, or to condition approval, if approval is in the future, on the receipt of funding as stated in the pro forma. I'd like to assure this board that it does have the authority under two provisions. Rhode Island Rhode Island General Laws 45-53-4A46 provides that the board has power to attach conditions to its approval. It's been suggested by this applicant that it's limited, and that is not the case. It's a broad authority to attach conditions. Second, under 45-53-4A111 of the Rhode Island General Laws, the board may request additional reasonable documentation throughout the public hearing, including opinions of experts. You have two provisions in the comprehensive permit state law that allows you to impose conditions. Fourth point, and finally, I would note that the applicant has not challenged the historical or the cultural value of 113 and 119 Water Street, has offered no expert to say that these are of little value, of no value. And I would like to refer this board to the ample evidence that is in the record already of the high value, historical value that these properties have attached to them, as evidenced in the state HPHC report, which was advisory to your local commission's report, the local commission's demolition report. Those are attachments to the letter that we submitted last week. The letter of Preserve Rhode Island and the statements of historical consultants that have been made already and are part of your public comments. This means that even if this board were to find that there is financial hardship, the project still, in our view, must be denied because the board will not be able to find that there's no significant negative impact on these historical buildings. I did listen to Mr. Yadley's discussion of that provision, that particular finding under the comprehensive permit. And I did not quite understand it, but you have to make under that finding a positive finding that there is no significant adverse impact on the preservation of historical features in this town. And I would emphasize the word preservation. They're talking about creation of something new that's got some reference to historical features in the neighborhood. The statute uses the word preservation. I'd also note that under the Historical Zoning Enabling Act, the board that is evaluating a demolition request must be, this is in quotes, strict in its judgment of plans for structures deemed to be valuable according to studies performed for districts of historical or architectural value. You have the studies before you. You have the HPHC report. You have the demolition report of your local commission that talk about the high values of these two buildings. And so your review, this is under Rhode Island law, has to be strict in your judgment. This is supported by case law in Rhode Island, Bellevue Shopping Center Association versus Chase, 574 Atlantic 2nd, 760, Rhode Island Supreme Court, 1990, and PDN Corp versus Zoning Board of Review of Providence, 1991, Rhode Island Superior Lexus 154. Both stand for that proposition. With those initial remarks, now I would like to call a witness who I'd like to have sworn in and then do a brief voir dire.
Sworn in here.
Yes, stand over here. As I'm asking the questions, should I go to the microphone? And then, can everyone hear me?
Oh, yeah, we have a.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Does someone swear in the witness first or? Okay. Don't need, okay. Because it's public comment. Okay, all right, okay. Good evening. Okay, this is Mark Van Oppen, and I would ask that you state your full name and spell it for the record.
Mark Van, well, hello, everyone. Mark Van Noppen, it's MARK VAN, another word, NOPPEN.
Mr. Van Oppen, where do you currently work?
The Armory Revival Company and Armory Management Company in Providence.
And for how long have you worked there?
We started in 1986.
And what is the Armory Revival Company?
We're for-profit developers. I'm trying to rehabilitate the word developer. We're community builders, but for-profit. We've started out doing new construction and rehab of small wooden houses in the Armory District on the west side of Providence. And since then, we did a variety of projects, big mill buildings like Rising Sun Mills, Bourne Mills, et cetera. have done 75 units of scattered site housing for the Providence Housing Authority. Lots of single family homes, lots and lots during the 2008, 2010 credit union crisis. We renovated numerous abandoned buildings with funds from Rhode Island Housing. Fire damaged buildings, all kinds of buildings. Current projects include a 59 unit net zero low income housing new construction in Tiverton at the site of Bourne Mill. So it's net zero, meaning it uses electricity, but produces as much as it uses. Low income housing, new construction. We're renovating the former Miriam Hospital on Parade Street, which is, it was originally built as a brownstone, 4 brownstone townhouses, Miriam Hospital in the 1920s, gutted it, turned it into a hospital, became a nursing home, fell apart. And that has some very relevant aspects to it here.
And in all these projects that you've just described of the company, were you involved in a significant portion of those projects or all?
Sure, pretty much all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And as part of your work for the company, have you worked on rehabilitation of historic properties that are similar to the subject properties here, 113 and 119?
Many times.
Okay. And can you describe just generally how you would describe these types of buildings? You can start with 113.
Okay, well, they're very similar, which lends some credence to the sort of, well, it's kind of the same, but I understand that whole technical argument that went on a minute ago, and that's kind of beyond me. But they're light wood frame buildings. Very commonly, these things, cities, the ground rises almost a foot a century just from the natural accumulation of dirt and dust, et cetera. So often in buildings that are that old, the sills will be below grade like these in places at least are, and the sills will be rotted. And the foundations were, shale and bluestone and rubble. And so they often need a lot of work. So we often are into repairing foundations like this, repairing sills like this, repairing first floor decks like this.
Okay, thank you. And would you just briefly describe your educational background?
Went to college at Brown, studied at RISD, anthropology degree, didn't know anything about construction when I got out of college, but bought an old house that needed a bunch of work and started working on it. And so I worked on houses myself, did do some slate work for a couple of years as a contractor, and then slowly got into the ownership side.
And are there boards or commissions that you sit on now or previously that are relevant to your historic preservation
Sure.
work?
Well, I was on the board of the Preservation Society of Providence for 30 years, was president one term. I was on the board, the state commission that wrote the rehab code when it was originally adopted, which was really contentious because there was a whole discussion about what do you mean we're going to treat old buildings differently than new buildings. That didn't exist until around 2002 or something like that. So that was a really interesting exercise in how you can renovate buildings other than as completely brand new and do it legally without a bunch of variances.
Thank you. I just have to grab your resume here. I'm handing to you a document. Could you identify what that is?
That's my resume.
Okay, and for the record, the document that I've handed is the same document that was attached to our letter dated February 22nd, 2023. Does this set forth in summary form the experience that you just testified to?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I need to mark this separately. It is part of our letter that we submitted February 22nd, 2023. Separate? Okay, thank you. Based on this voir dire of Mr. Van Oppen, I'd like to move to have him qualified as a historic preservation construction expert.
Just for the record, the applicant objects based on foundation. That it is anticipated that Mr. Van Noppen will discuss the buildings located at 119 and 113 Water Street, and there lacks sufficient foundation to discuss in detail the conditions of the building.
I'm sorry, what?
It's no issue.
Yeah, okay. Motion, Jim?
I just had a question. You asked the other gentleman if he had testified before boards.
Yeah.
I said-
the same thing.
yeah, same thing.
Law, any municipality in Rhode Island, this capacity.
Not as an expert.
as an
I've
expert.
presented numerous times to boards over the 40 years.
I would
but
point a couple things out that I did see with the other individual was his education, his experience in terms of work, and also an experience in terms of commissions for 30+ years. That would pose a factor that you shall consider if somebody hadn't testified before.
And again, just for the record, the applicant objects to this witness being qualified as an expert, never having testified as an expert before.
An expert in. specifically-
Historic preservation construction expert.
Right.
And I think Mr. Yadley is talking about something future that maybe he wouldn't be qualified to testify to. I would say we should just reach that when we get to that point. It doesn't affect the overall qualifications that we put into the record.
Yeah, we're not talking about engineering.
I just noted the objection for the record.
All right. The motion to accept as an expert,
I'll move that.
second? Second it. All those in favor? Those opposed? So are you for or against?
Again.
For, so 3, 4?
What we got.
Can we have that again? Those supporting acceptance of Mr. Van Noppen as an expert? 4, Matt, Tyler, Mike, and me. So yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, now I'm going to proceed with a brief substantive questions, so we can then move on to the substantial number of people here to comment. Mr. Van Oppen, did you have the opportunity to review materials in connection with the application that is here before this board involving 113 and 119 Water Street?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to inspect the buildings?
Only on the outside.
Okay, you didn't have access to the inside of the building. Okay, and as a historic preservationist, can you comment upon whether or not 113 and 119 are historic buildings? There was some discussion of that earlier, and I would like to hear your response on that.
Sure. I mean, leave it to the scholars and the people that know the surveys exactly, but they're in a National Register district. They're called out as contributing structures within that district. So I think that qualifies them as semantics, but they're historic structures. Sure.
Okay. And as far as the value, the historic value, in your view, what is that for both 113 and 119?
Well, it's not just the beautiful moldings or the older floors or even the scale. It's we're in Rhode Island. It's like when you're in Maine, what's your strength? Your strength is trees. When you're in Rhode Island, our strength is our historic buildings. So play to your strength. We have this, Warren has this beautiful, really unique place called Water Street. The Water Street, National Register District. And it's completely unique. There are towns all over the country trying to build little places like Water Street, and they can't build it as authentically as Water Street. So there's a lot of value in the moldings that aren't going to get reproduced, the quality of the trim, the scale of things. But it really comes down to the quality of the place that is Water Street and that is becoming Water Street and will probably end up being Water Street. This really vibrant, mixed use, working waterfront with great shops and restaurants and people living. I mean, y'all live and breathe this, but this is really valuable. I'm from North Carolina. Little towns in North Carolina are doing everything they can to develop little water streets. So this is a strength. Don't blow it. This is like a real strength that Rhode Island has and Warren has in particular. I mean, this is like what people are talking about Warren is, there's the boat building, there's a lot of things about Warren, but it's Water Street in that special place.
And you reviewed the state HPHC report and then the local commission demolition reports. And did you see in there was a description of this area, this historic area as giving a sense of place?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
That's
and do these buildings contribute to the sense of place?
for sure.
Now, I wanted to ask you about the J2 construct report that's been discussed earlier. And this is the report that was a scope of work to stabilize 119 Water Street. And you reviewed that in the cost estimate of 931,000 plus. Is the scope of work in that J2 estimate what you would expect to stabilize a wood structure like 119?
For the record, objection foundation, it would be impossible for this witness to understand what would be required without having access to the building, and the applicant's position is that access to the building is no longer required, given the peer review reports from Fuss and O'Neill.
So even given the photographs provided in the Fuss and O'Neill report and the J2 report, it would be impossible in your mind for Mr. Van Noppen to come up with an educated estimate?
Well, that's just it, Mr. Chair. You can, I'm not telling you not to hear his testimony. I'm saying it lacks sufficient credibility based on the fact that the witness has not inspected the buildings. He can comment on the J2 report and the pictures. I'm just pointing out for the record that the witness hasn't inspected the building.
When the attorney objects, just say noted, we'll note in the record and let it proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would note that my question is this what you would expect? I'm not asking Mr. Van Noppen to, determine with precision whether or not this is totally accurate. So given your experience
Right.
working with these type of structures, as you described earlier, is this what you would expect?
If I could just real quickly, I certainly can't provide an estimate. I haven't been in the building. Like that's a complicated, piece of work that you have to go examine it. Even doing that estimate without digging into the building, a lot of demolition, a lot of exploratory demolition, you're not going to have a good estimate. Nevertheless, looking at the pictures, it's a really routine rubble foundation that's in terrible shape. I mean, and there's no joke about it. And the first floor deck is in even worse shape. The sills are in worse shape. Looking at the pictures. But all that is very fixable. You don't need heavy construction to do it. You can lift the whole building up 8 feet in the air. That is really risky, as he said. That's a dangerous proposition. You don't do that during hurricane season. I mean, you don't need to do that. You go around, you pick a section 15 feet or so long. First, you do the foundation, a lot of pointing, and it's 4 masons for a couple of weeks. Working the foundation. Then you go and you jack the building up a little bit in a 15 or 20 foot section. Then you repair that section of the sill. It might be 30 feet of the sill. There are a lot of different, you don't need institutional construction, heavy commercial construction to do wood frame buildings. You don't need, a 24-ounce hammer to drive a finish nail. It's just not necessary. So this is the approach. J2 is known for really good quality work, and there's no knocking the work that they do. I don't know how they came up with that number, but it's Fuss and O'Neill. very high quality engineering firm. They design bridges, airports, it's like it's a significant. You look on their website, it's not a lot of little houses. And these are little houses, let's face it. They're little wood frame houses. So it's not, this is like really overbaked in terms of the numbers. And I could go on, in terms of how you would proceed to make sure that you met today, met reasonable codes. You'd go through the rehab code so that you didn't have to meet every single aspect of every single code because it's an old building. The purpose of the rehab code was to work with our old buildings. It recognized our old buildings are a resource on a statewide level and said, you're not going to just tear all the winders out of every house in the state, and why clog up the boards with requests to leave winders? Same thing with hurricane bracing in a balloon frame house. You're not going to get that thing to meet today's hurricane codes without a really expensive renovation. Ironically, and I had nothing to do with calling a Quidnick or whatever, they moved out for me in about 1991, 92. Very capable, working out of a very little office, very low overhead. They're not going to have $120,000 in general conditions for 3 months to run a job. They're going to have Reggie or a guy on the job. They're going to do the job. It's, that's how you move a house. It's not how you move a cathedral, but it's how you move a house.
So getting back to that Aquidneck building quote and the 180,000 for that prescribed scope of work. Did that seem reasonable to you, given your experience and what you saw in the pictures?
I don't have I haven't done any math on the project. I don't have a gut feeling about what it would cost with residential scale, small residential scale, construction labor, construction techniques to remove a foundation and put in a foundation and jack up a whole building to do what they proposed. Seemed like a pretty good price.
Yeah.
But I would never do it that way. I would never do all that work. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. And what would better inform
Going
the
into
Aquidneck building? Yes. Would you go into the building to determine exactly what needed to be done, if not all the unnecessary work you described?
Well, I've been in buildings in worse condition many, many times. So yeah, it's what's dangerous to one person is not necessarily dangerous to someone's experience. You don't go running around a building like that. You proceed cautiously. You know how to work in a building like that. So anyway, I would certainly, that's certainly something I could do. I could do the estimate if I needed to. It's not something I'm looking to do. I've got a business already.
Right. And would you do that with a structural engineer? Would that inform the ultimate number?
It would be wise to do it with a structural engineer. I'm always the Miriam Hospital we're renovating right now. We went through the structural engineer and the architect and me and a bunch of other people, and it was determined, it's 4 stories tall. This one wing, you need to gut it from the roof to the basement. It's just too shot. And I'm like, oh my God, this is more money we want. We already own the building. I really don't want to do this. Got together with a couple of contractors. A contractor starts working on it. Lumber prices spike. He's looking at all the decks that need shoring, all the stuff that's beat up. And he's like, we can do this without tearing this all out. So he gets the engineer in a room. They go through it. They don't tear it out from floor to ceiling. They put in a bunch of new footings, a bunch of new columns, a bunch of new work. They don't gut the whole building. So.
Thank you. So moving on to the Fuss and O'Neill peer review report of 119. Was that an independent review by Fuss and O'Neill, or was it a review of the scope of work of J2 Construct?
Maybe it's semantics. I mean, they went and looked at the buildings. They looked at the proposal. And they said, well, the proposal seems to do work that's needed. So they didn't test the pricing or anything like that, but they given the assumption that the foundation needs to go, seemed reasonable to them.
So it was driven by the scope of work of J2 Construct, that peer review.
Yeah, I don't know who was there arguing.
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna object to the characterization. The Fuss and O'Neill scope of work and report clearly identifies the SED reports as documents that were reviewed by Fuss and O'Neill. Fuss and O'Neill took into account structural engineering reports from SED and the J2 construct proposal.
Noted.
Fuss and O'Neill also indicates in its peer review of 119 that there are these additional items that might need to be incorporated in any scope of work. I know you can't comment on it not having been inside of the building, but you talked earlier about the rehab code. Talk about, do you need to put everything new into a building? Does the rehab code allow for leniency in certain situations?
Sure, and I don't, the only extra that they talked about that I recall was the bulkhead, and that would be cast with the foundation. Whether you put a little set of wood stringers inside the bulkhead or you poured it as a set of concrete steps. And if you didn't want to spend the $700 on the bulkhead, you just cover it in plywood and be done with it. It's not a major expense. The fact that it was left off is kind of immaterial.
Did you review the structures engineering? What is that called? SED? I'm not sure that we've been talking about, and the Fuss O'Neill reports on 113 Water Street?
Yes.
Okay. And do either of them contain a scope of work or cost estimate for the structural improvements that would need to be done?
They certainly don't, they sort of assume the same, but they don't spell it out. There's no estimate.
And based upon the pictures and descriptions that you reviewed, would you expect the cost to be more than the Aquidneck building estimate for 119?
Objection, foundation.
Noted.
I don't think I would spend $180,000 doing the foundation of personal debt, but I don't really know that. Every time I go into a house like that, it's more work than I expect.
In order to determine the exact scope of work and cost estimate for 113, would you need to go inside the building and review it and come up with a scope of work similar to what J2 constructed?
Yeah.
Okay. Beyond the structural stabilization that we've been talking about, that's the subject of the reports, what is needed from your view for the historic preservation of the buildings? Like, why is your expertise important in inspecting the inside and outside of the building?
Well, it's on some level, it's because of the tack that's been taken. It's so heavy-handed. To renovate the building, you would, if you did a lighter touch, you'd get 20% federal tax credits, which is not insignificant, 20% of your cost. You couldn't do that if you just started ripping through the building. You wouldn't get that 20% credit. Now, anytime you go for state or federal funding, whether it's for affordable housing or historic tax credits or an education bond or school construction, then you're subject to the State Historic Preservation Commission review. They wouldn't allow the demolition unless you went through 48 hoops around. So like when we've applied for, funding through Rhode Island Housing, we'll put the application together without final approval from the town. It usually takes like 3 years. If you don't just get the funding the first time you apply, usually you put in your application, it takes a while. So you get it started, you get them introduced to the project, you're working on your approvals, they get good signals from the town, or they get good signals from DEM or whomever the authority having jurisdiction is, that this is a viable plan. And so they'll continue to review it, they'll continue to work on it. So it takes 2 or 3 years to bake these things in, but our funding sources are always early on anticipated. I wouldn't go and tear the building down until I knew I was doing the project.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to discuss about the affordable housing process You've talked about, you have some experience with that. Anything else that you want to share with this board? Other than it takes time, and you don't want to demolish before you understand your funding sources.
Yeah,
Is that right?
it seems the timing is a little wacky, but no, I don't want to take any more of your time. It's been a long night, I know. So,
I have some questions though.
Yes. Thank you.
So you said you've renovated houses like this. You named a bunch of mills, which I would say are very different. What's an example of a home that you did renovate and what was the cost of that?
all kinds of things. I mean, used to be a lot less than it is now. We like the first house we renovated in 1986. We hadn't even closed yet. We're over exploring the exterior of it. We pulled some clapboard off and the toilet went right out in the street. So we ended up doing a bunch of sill replacement, foundation replacement.
Like within the last 2 years, where there are
Yeah,
like
no,
some
so,
examples of homes that have been renovated and the cost of those.
$125 a foot maybe for a full blown.
125,000 a foot?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it depends. It really depends. You know, is your carpenter $45 an hour or $85 an hour? Is your, I mean, it's kind of how do you do the work? Do you have 3 layers of management or are you on the job every day? You know, how much do you count on the architect? So we tend to do things on the affordable end. That's how we managed to do work at the Army District in 1986. We were selling single family houses for $100,000, you know, brand new. Nice little Victorian cottages and, you know, so it's gone up a lot, but renovation takes a lot more brain. You can't just blow into it, you know, send the crew in to just do the thing. You need people who know old buildings and know what you can save and what you reasonably can save and what you reasonably can't. The hardest thing about renovation is knowing when to stop the demolition. Like, how far do I go? Because if you don't go far enough, you're going to be going backwards later, making a mess again, etc. But you can also go too far up front and then it's really unnecessary.
And so that's my other question is, in a home like this, how much of the home is still existing?
I'm sorry.
I mean, with a home like this that's so deteriorated in so many different places, is this restoration or is this just replication?
No, this could be a restoration. I mean, I heard drywall inside, probably it's plaster or lath, and the lath, plaster or lath. So all the lath is nailed to every stud. So there's like a rigid structural element to this lath that's kind of holding the walls together. And if you went in there and just completely gut it, you probably would strip the plaster to lighten it all, to the extent that, depending on the trim, depending on a lot of things, you'd strip the plaster, lighten it, but you wouldn't strip the lath because it would make it a lot much less stable until you were really ready to go. But what's that?
To not have a conversation with the public.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, the building is beat. I'm sure it's, but again, I haven't been inside. I mean, for all I know, it's got a new kitchen somewhere. I really don't know. I can't speculate.
Any other questions for this?
Just to educate me in the world of preservation. If the building gets 90% new material, is that considered preserved? Is there a number?
No, there's not.
It just looks like the way so it could be 99% replaced and be called preserved.
Well, a lot of people wouldn't call that preserved.
I mean, I'm trying to get to a threshold. Is there some kind of general threshold?
There's no rule. You know, you get
80%?
There's no general rule that I know of. I mean, I understand what you're saying. And it's like, at what point is this, you know, same with a boat, right? You've restored, you've like worked on this part of the boat, worked on that part of the boat. And after, 100 years, there's nothing left of the
But
original.
it looks like the building has been preserved.
Right.
That's what.
Yeah,
That's
but this building probably wouldn't be that. I mean, it probably wouldn't. I can't imagine it would approach 80%, but I haven't seen the inside. The trim may be really nice. It may be already all gone and replenished with ranch casing. I really don't know. It's.
So then again, I think that's another question. If everything's replaced on the inside, then and you're replacing most of the outside, then is this then a historic
Well,
home?
Yeah, no, so I think this is a new building could be designed that fit in really well. And I'm not commenting at all on this design. I haven't even really seen it other than just the sketches. But so someone could create a building that would have the same sort of streetscape vibe, and over time it would start to weather a little, just look a little bit, it would look 100, every 100 years ago, people probably complained they were cutting out the first floor and putting in storefronts. They're probably like, what are you doing to these houses? This is a nice quiet street. So places change, and I've built a bunch of new buildings, and I've had arguments with preservationists before about it. But it's not just ye old molding. There's a lot more to the vibe of a place, and that place has wonderful storefront. I mean, you just look at it, it's like, it's great. It's like it's fine. It's like what Water Street's kind of all about is those storefronts. And so why, again, maybe the building does need to come down. I can't sit here and tell you it doesn't. But I can tell you that I don't think enough is known to know that.
Could you move it? Could you move it? You mentioned moving buildings.
Well, to move it, you can't move without a first floor deck. I mean, not reasonably. So you'd be doing, you'd have to do that anyway when you put it wherever it's going. So possibly, but then you're removing it from the most valuable thing about it is the context. It's a nice vernacular building. It's, George Washington didn't sleep there, and it's not an individual landmark, right? It's kind of nice the way it is in this district.
Alexander Hamilton's house was moved. Clark Cook House was moved twice. I'm just asking.
Any other questions for this expert?
No, thank you.
Based on this testimony, as well as our letter of February 22nd, 2023, with its attached exhibits, we are requesting that this board condition an independent inspection of the inside of both 119 and 113 with both a historic preservation construction expert like Mr. Van Oppen, as well as a structural engineer to test the scope of work and cost estimate, which we have reason to believe, and you have testimony on, is in the extreme. Again, bridge construction for a wood framed house. We also are seeking to have this board press the applicant to demonstrate its financial hardship and that it's explored financial resources available to it. I just read to you from the Enabling Act, the efforts that need to be put in, bona fide efforts for the marketing and sale of the property to interested third parties. Again, there's no affidavit of this owner, an owner representative. There is no testimony of the owner as to the efforts that it's made. There's only a cost estimate, which has been called into question by a qualified expert. Thank you for your time.
Question. If the board approves the condition of independent assessment, who pays for that?
We would pay for
We
that.
pay for that.
Yes, thank you.
And is that a condition that could be applied in this particular case with the comprehensive permit?
I think it would go more to the approval or denial of the current application, as this application has been before this board for some time now. I think the substance has been laid out, and this concerns definitely put on the record, but I think reality would go to either the approval or denial of this application, concerns raised by the attorney.
And for the record, Mr. Chair, the applicant objects to the proposals or requests of Ms. Cervenka and her client. I laid all of that out in great detail in our letter submitted today, which I hope has been accepted as an exhibit. I am more than happy to go into detail now in response or at the conclusion of public hearing.
Yeah.
Public comments.
At this point, we'll continue the public hearing. Again, we gave great latitude to Attorney Cervenka and Mr. Van Noppen in terms of their testimony. This is new. We have heard testimony from many people in the town that is on the record. We have paid attention to it. So if you do want to speak, I would ask that you keep it to 3 minutes and not repeat something we've already heard, because it's already close to 9:30 and we know that nothing good happens after 10. So go through the process of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you again.
I am former president of the board. And I served on the waterfront commission a number of years ago in development on the waterfront. And as a foreman of the Massasoit Park Rehabilitation. And my wife and I own property in the industry, and we operate business out of it. Just a little personal anecdote. I was here early this evening because I have a project before this board, and it's a small renovation project. It involves an addition to the kitchen and a bathroom, and changing 4 windows on an existing building on Water Street. And I have drove before the zoning board, the planning board, and the historic district commission in order to get this approval. And I'm okay with that because this process represents the interest of the town and the community, both in the formal aspect of the case and also in the ordinances that we have adopted to maintain the quality and potential and life in our, particularly Water Street. So my first question is, why would the applicant seek a comprehensive process? Do they the same process that I have to go through in order to get a very simple notation for what I would consider to be a large redevelopment project on Water Street? So to me, it suggests that something very egregious about this would warrant the applicant's interest in invading the judgment of our town council, our planning board, the historic district committee, and the zoning. So I look at this project, and indeed I find many things that are egregious. And perhaps a little side note, it's more than ironic that in the 18th century, the use of the Mount Star group was the means whereby developers evaded the height of buildings in the house. I'm not suggesting some of this will kill them, but I'm not suggesting that this is Paris of Rhode Island, but it is a very sensitive and precious resource that we have. So, so in that front, we find that this project requires service. Also, I was quite flabbergasted by the presentation of the expert from the applicant about the number of variances required in order to improve this structure. And that speaks very clearly to me about the very cynical use of the state ordinance that for affordable housing that was crafted with good intention but core skill that would enable this sort of process.
So I would request humbly that this board deny flat out this project because it requires so many variances and is clearly unfit for the location. Good design is responsive to its environment. This project meets none of that. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. Please, can you, Mr. Chair?
I would recommend a 5-minute break to let the stenographer just take a short break. I think we've been going for some time now. We're just to give her 5 minutes.
Yeah, oh, the humanity. Yeah, make a motion, second. Second. All in favor, aye. I'll make that motion. Would someone second it? Tyler, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Once again, I ask that you keep your comments pithy and short. At the same time, everything we've heard tonight has been valuable from both sides, and we take it very seriously. So, have at it.
Hi, I'm Joe Gilberti. I live at 21 Sisson Street, which is the building directly behind the Water Dog. I spoke during the first meeting, and I'd just like to reiterate what I said then, that I'm not against development of Water Street, but I am against this project. The gentleman from the engineering firm said in his closing statement that, you know, he believes this is the best thing for that lot. And I just think that that's ridiculous. He doesn't know anything about what's best for that neighborhood. And, you know, one of the things that it said that the town board can deny this application if concerns for the environment or health or safety of the welfare of current residents have not been adequately addressed by the proposal. The health and welfare here of the people in that area. There's a lot of people who live in the immediate vicinity of the Water Dog, including in my building. It's a 4-family, and I live there. And my tenants are not people of means. They're very low income. One has housing voucher, and I know a lot of people in the area have housing vouchers. If I ask my tenants to pay the affordable rates that this building will charge for a 1-bedroom, they would have to move out. They wouldn't be able to afford it to live in my building. I have 2 units that they're way under market rent. They're single mothers raising family. You know, these are people, if they had to pay this affordable rate, would not be able to live in the neighborhood. Another building like this, sandwiched between the Tourister building, is just going to be another thing that raises the rents in the area for everyone who's already a resident. So the health and the welfare of the people in the neighborhood, in the immediate vicinity, will be impacted. Rents go up, drives everything up. People are going to have to move out. That's one point. The second point is that, pardon me, the Warren Comprehensive Plan. The proposal needs to be consistent with the Warren Comprehensive Plan. The applicant's team has laid out how they believe that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, but they skipped over that plan specifically calls out promoting the preservation of historic and culturally significant buildings and sites. That's an action that the plan calls for. It also calls for promoting the revitalization and rehabilitation of the downtown area, which, you know, I think would include the entire historic district. And that's the revitalization, and the rehabilitation of the existing structures, not knocking it down and putting in something new that sort of fits. The witness for the Preservation Society kind of touched on the historic character of this town is an asset. It's a big asset to this town, and that's been recognized for a very long time. If you read the comprehensive plan, the sections on historic preservation say that, you know, I'll paraphrase by saying that a town's character is hard to define, but the exercise of defining the character is worth the effort because it becomes the basis for planning decisions that meet the unique profile of a community. And it goes on to say that the problem is a lack of awareness of town heritage, that what is required is a sense of pride of place, and that this pride can be regained by working more aggressively to retain the town's history as manifested in prominent older buildings. That's from our historic comprehensive plan. So, you know, there's a feeling that this town has, And I think it's important to preserve it. I moved here a couple of years ago and I fell in love with the area because the first time that I came down to see the house that was for sale, just driving up Water Street, you immediately get that sense of the authenticity of the place. Again, the witness used that term, authenticity. Knocking down these existing buildings, these authentic buildings, and even putting up something that, okay, has a mansard roof and the right colors. It's not authentic, you know, that's what Warren has going. And it's important that you, as the planning board, preserve that as intended by the people who came before you. You know, the applicant's team has put a lot of emphasis on expert witnesses and, you know, having their people who speak recognized as experts so that if they appeal to the state, they can show all of the expert testimony that's on the record. And, you know, you have a room full of people here who are experts in the feel of this place and of Water Street and why it's special. They're here because Water Street is special. And I believe that it's your responsibility to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it's not a sporting event.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Mello. I'm a resident and homeowner at 17 Sisson Street. My property lies east of the 119, 113 project. And my major concerns are with safety and traffic on the road. I've already expressed concerns, have shown some evidence that cars continue to park on the road, on the side that no parking is allowed. They figure that if if two wheels are in the parking lot, then that's okay. Two wheels on the road. 2 Saturdays ago, my driveway was completely blocked by a delivery truck. I had to go to the end of my driveway, seek out the driver to request that they move. So in a case of an emergency for anyone in my apartment, I have 4 apartments as well. So there's plenty of tenants. Anyone has any type of emergency and an ambulance or a police officer can't access my driveway because it's being blocked by a delivery truck. So instead of inconveniencing the restaurant and its patrons, they have no issue with just blocking residents' properties without any consideration for their safety and just normal living. I want to be able to pull up my driveway without having to go find somebody. And I have photos of that, and that's pretty regularly that happens. There is just no space to direct traffic for an additional 12 units and a commercial space down Sisson Street. There's just no way. I don't know if it's been surveyed. I don't know if there's been a company that's gone down. Parking is allowed on the right side of the street, which only allows space for 1 vehicle to pass at any given time. So there's no way of having the 2-way traffic coming in and out of Sisson Street currently without this project, with just the restaurant alone. The restaurant is currently filling its parking lot and the additional cars are going into 119, 113 parking lot. So it's on a weekend, there is not a single space available in those 2 lots. So the excess traffic or business from that restaurant is going into the proposed project parking lot currently.
No, I can't do that.
So I am happy to see the proposed lowering of the building. Obviously, that means less apartments, but that's still 12 units with 12 tenants, possibly additional tenants based on the size of the units and the commercial space. I'm not sure what the commercial space will consist of, how busy it will be, how many patrons it will attract at any given time. And then for the delivery trucks to go down, there's just no way. It's not feasible. I'm having to avoid people, and I said before, coming out of 99 Water Street because it's now open to Sisson. They're utilizing that as parking, and they're coming up Sisson Street and walking in the middle of the road. There is no sidewalk for pedestrians. And I don't know if they've even looked into checking in with 99 Water Street that has a huge opening on Sisson Street, 2 properties down from the proposed lot, if they can't have an opening for their lot, how do they have it at 99, which is a much bigger project and property with many more tenants, that access, that entrance? I mean, granted, there's two, there's one on Water Street and one on Main Street, but that entrance is utilized and there's plenty of space for additional parking. So I'm not sure if that's something they can work out with those owners, but it's a major safety concern. Above other things, the main concern is safety on the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Connie McGreevy. I live on Bay Road, the other side of town. I've lived here for over 30 years. I am an environmental scientist. I've got some experience in real estate development, and I helped the town of Bristol start its first voluntary historic district. I really want to echo a couple of the sentiments that were raised about the wonderful character of our town and the uniqueness and the importance of maintaining the architectural integrity of the town and what Grossmart, Rhode Island would call sense of place. It really is a wonderful town, and I hope the planning board can do everything in its power to make decisions upholding the integrity of the ordinances that the town has spent a lot of time putting together. So that being said, any proposal really that I think that comes forward and proposes thresholds that really vastly exceed the requirements of the provisions that the town has already set is objectionable to me. I think that the number of variances that are proposed on this project, as stated earlier, is excessive, hitting just about every measure you would have in a development project. I'm happy that it is a 3-story structure versus a 4-story structure, and I do want to say that I appreciate what the applicant is trying to do and what the town's job also is. And I also want to acknowledge that some of the requirements, particularly as they relate to parking, really is a conundrum. That's a very difficult problem to solve, and it results in a lot of impervious surfaces, which means that there's less landscaping and less ability of the site to, to not result in runoff of stormwater and degrade the water quality. So, in particular, the lot coverage threshold of 42%, which is lower than it was originally, but the ordinance requires 30%. To me, that's a big overstep. Also, the impervious cover percentage of 84.7%, again, lower than it was originally, but still well above the 65%, I think is just too high. I want to acknowledge that this is a very difficult site. I think the challenge of the buildings is extremely daunting. I think I'm happy to see that there was an infiltration device in terms of trying to capture the rainwater. I wish we could do more in terms of capturing rainwater in voluntary historic districts. I wish we could share cars instead of having to require parking spaces for every single unit. I wish we could do something like that. That is being done in some places in Massachusetts. So I just, again, this isn't Paris. This isn't Providence. This is not the Thane Tower, which is truly egregious in terms of a development proposal. And, but I do hope that you can make a decision that really helps to preserve the integrity of that area. And building 119, and I don't have a horse in this race, but I really think that it sounds dangerous in terms of the condition that it's in. So I think that both sides actually argued pretty well in terms of their positions. I don't know, I can't speak to building 113, but I just did want to say that in my opinion, 119 sounds like it's a hazard. It sounds like it's in terrible shape. But good luck. It's a tough job.
Okay. Did you have any rebuttals or? Oh, sure.
Need to be the last one.
No. Okay.
Dave Bolster, 53 State Street. I echo everything that's been said. I feel for everybody involved in making these decisions. I've been on the planning board for 12 years. I get it. I just have a comment before I read this. I find it so ironic that the applicant has had no problem renting to tenants in such an incredibly unsafe building for a year. After they bought the building, 3 months after they got the engineer's report that said this building is so dangerous and ready to fall down. I just had to say that. Members of the planning board, tonight, this board is charged with making a decision that could have long-term consequences for Warren's nationally recognized historic district. Approving the demolition of these historic buildings and allowing construction of a large, out-of-scale, incompatible apartment building to be built in its place would set a dangerous and permanent precedent. The town would not be able to prevent the next developer who wishes to do the same thing or larger and even worse design. Property owners would jump on the bandwagon to sell to deep pocket, out-of-state, or even out-of-country developers. Anyone can drive to our neighboring Newport to see how they are losing their historic waterfront district to those out-of-scale and out-of-place buildings. This proposal to apply under the guise of affordable housing was the idea of Warren's previous planner, and it may have been made more sense when there were 16 affordable units. But now that there are only 3 affordable units, anyone should know that this is not a genuinely affordable housing project. This proposed new building is projected to cost over $4.3 million, and there are 5 sources of funding listed in the developer's pro forma. There is a $1.7 million loan listed. Does the board have a letter of commitment from a lending institution for this much money? There is $250,000 listed from Rhode Island Housing under the Acquisition Revitalization Program, and another $1 million listed from the Community Revitalization Program. Are there letters of commitment from these programs? According to Rhode Island Housing, this developer has not even applied for these funds. So how can they be listed here? Then there is $550,000 listed from the Rhode Island Commerce Tax Increment Financing Program, which is too complex for this short letter. This requires a designated district to receive these funds, which has not been established. Lastly, there is $800,000 listed as equity. Is that cash? And has there been any verification of these funds submitted? Other towns have been promised the moon by developers and been left with a hole in the ground in their historic district after demolition was approved and funding never materialized. This proposal requires one of 3 conditions be met in order to demolish an historic building, as you've covered. And to date, not one of these conditions has been genuinely met. This proposal requires 12 variances, as has been stated, from Warren zoning ordinance, which simply means this proposal does not fit within our historic district. In granting each variance, the board shall require that evidence to the satisfaction of each of the following 4 standards be entered into the record of its proceedings. The first 2 are about hardship. I won't read them all verbatim. The third one is that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan. And the 4th one is that the relief shall be granted is the least relief necessary. Where is all the evidence that all 12 of these proposed variances have each met all 4 of those standards? The residents of Warren implore this board to consider the full effects of these decisions.
Thank you. Did you have any rebuttals or comments?
Just briefly, as to the last gentleman, the applicant has applied under the comprehensive permit statute, which allows you to seek waivers for variances. You don't have to prove the variance tests for a comprehensive permit. If I'd like confirmation as to whether my submittal today in response to the Warren Preservation Society has been accepted as an exhibit. If it has, then that speaks to all of the issues that Ms. Cervenka raised earlier.
And yes, it did. We all received it, unfortunately, this has been one of those instances where information comes in way past the deadline we've tried to establish to give you the kind of rational response that you would be looking for. We want this information in 5 days before the meeting, 5 working days before the meeting. That said, it's been a difficult process and it's a new one for us, but, so, yeah, we have accepted that and did read it. Okay. Okay, recommendation to close the public meeting. I'll make that. Second. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an opportunity now for the board to give the applicant some closing remarks, and then once he finishes some deliberations and the board could make a motion either way.
Thank you again, Chair and members of the board, for listening to our presentation. We appreciate, the applicant appreciates all the questions of the board, all the comments from the public. The applicant here, and that's evident by what the applicant did, submitted a proposal for a larger context structure, heard comments, scaled it down, but submitted nevertheless an application that qualifies under the comprehensive permit statute. The applicant did not make up the formula for what qualifies as 80% AMI, didn't make up the formula for what qualifies as affordable, and didn't set the statutory requisite of a 25% minimum. Those were all imposed by our state legislature. The application complies with all of those elements. Furthermore, in terms of the demolition permit, I won't hash it all out again, but I would like to emphasize that the applicant has satisfied at least one of the 3-part tests. It requires that a demonstration that the buildings are unsafe or a hazard, and it requires a demonstration of undue financial hardship. The applicant meets those tests. The applicant would object to any further inspection of the buildings. The inspections that the Warren Preservation Society seeks and the commission seeks, they already exist. Fuss and O'Neill gave clear findings. Those findings and conclusions were based on structural engineering reports that it reviewed. Those findings were based on an independent evaluation of the building, a site inspection. The Fuss and O'Neill conclusions support the proposal from J2 Construct. So we would ask that this board take all the evidence into consideration, that you grant the applicant's request for this. Again, we're just at master plan stage. There will be additional rounds of scrutiny and additional information submitted for the preliminary and final rounds. But master plan is big picture. The applicant has submitted information that complies with the requirements for the big picture. The applicant's committed to working through and with the concerns of this board at further stages. But at this time, the applicant would respectfully ask that this board grant the request for the master plan and grant the demolition permit waiver requests. Thank you.
Any comments from the board?
I move denial of master plan approval under the comprehensive permit standards for denial.
And these are, do we need to second this first or, yeah, okay. To deny the application, first part of that under the standards established by Rhode Island General Laws 4553-4, for denying. The town of Warren has an approved affordable housing plan and is meeting housing needs, and the proposal is inconsistent with the affordable housing plan, provided that the Warren Planning Board also finds the municipality has made significant progress in implementing that housing plan. The town of Warren does have an affordable housing plan, which was adopted in 2004. And among the points made in that were to ensure the carrying capacity of the land and the character of each area of town. So that means that if you've got an area like historic downtown Warren, Water Street, it has to have the carrying capacity. Clearly, the parking issue here is going to create a great capacity issue and an issue of public health and safety. That already is existent, but this would aggravate and make it that much worse. Also, the affordable housing plan notes that we should retain existing historic housing and strengthen neighborhood identity. This does neither. It doesn't retain the existing historic housing. In fact, it's not really considered historic. It's just old. But clearly, this is a historic district, and by anyone's definition, these are historic houses. So the question is, what can you do here? The point of our affordable housing plan, really the star of that, is the market to Medicom plan, which was an attempt to locate affordable housing in an appropriate place in a mixed use. It's the foundation for the current comprehensive plan under work. At the same time, we have housing authority vouchers that provide affordable housing. There have been 2 comprehensive permits already approved: Norbert Street, which had 15 units, 3 of which were affordable; Medicom Avenue, which had 18 units. We have a pending application for a 109 unit development with 32 affordable units. We have another pending proposal for a 40 unit, 100% affordable development on Child Street. So we are working toward affordable housing in Warren. We have affordable housing. It may not necessarily meet the standards of this flawed legislation, but it certainly speaks to the spirit of it. And that has to be weighed against the historic character that once it's gone, it's lost. So this isn't something that we can have a redo over based on affordable housing. Again, were it not for the fact that this is a comprehensive permit, we wouldn't be in this situation. And this is something that we don't want to see. Is there anything else on A that anyone would add, which was town has an approved affordable housing plan as meeting housing needs, and the proposal is inconsistent with the affordable housing plan, that affordable housing plan, which has those caveats of ensuring the carrying capacity of the land.
So we also have the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which has been approved by the town council, as well as their efforts to have housing over commercial units downtown.
Okay, anything else? Okay. B, the proposal is not consistent with local needs, including but not limited to the needs identified in the approved Town of Warren Comprehensive Plan and/or local zoning ordinances and procedures promulgated in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Clearly on page 9 of the Warren Comprehensive Plan, it states historic housing stock. Warren has a large stock of older houses, many of which are clearly historically significant. The town, through the adoption of the Downtown Revitalization Plan, has begun to acknowledge the importance of these structures and actively sought their restoration. These buildings provide stability to the downtown area and help contribute to town character. These are things that are, town character is something that, you may not be able to put a dollar figure on immediately, but you certainly can in terms of its sense of place and also to the value of maintaining and enhancing Water Street. I mean, many of us here can remember what this town looked like 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. Warren was in many places was crumbling, and we are starting to see a renaissance that has been really the work of the people who've moved here for that character. When properly restored, historic homes increase values and help stabilize the blocks where they're located. The proximity of housing to downtown commercial areas has led to the removal of houses and other older structures for parking lots. We've seen a lot of bad decisions made in the past, and it's time to stop. It's time to draw the line, not in the sand, but in the street, so that we have this ability to maintain the character of the town. This removal of houses should be discouraged. The town should empower a historic district commission to review external changes proposed within a historic area, which you're looking at clearly here. Whether or not these buildings can be saved, we don't know for sure. But what we do know is that what we're seeing here is not in character with the rest of the Water Street. Beyond this, the local zoning ordinances and procedures promulgated in conformance with the comprehensive plan include the demolition permit, which does require, as does state law, for the applicant to spend the time if he or she cannot have the funds to fix restore those buildings, that they allow someone else who might to come in. I don't know, it sounds as if that has not been pursued by the applicant sufficiently. And I know that nobody has come forward, but I've also heard a number of people say, I didn't know I can buy these. And that is part of the process. And it is part of the expectation that if we want to maintain a restored community, there has to be work on the part of those folks who own these houses. And the danger here, as we stated before, is that if someone can buy a crumbling building and say it's so crumbled that I can't fix it, it's encourages benign neglect. These two houses in particular are very problematic. I'm hoping somebody will do an investigative report of the fact that they were allowed to go for 30 years and get to the point that they are now. And at the same time, this is a warning to the town. If there are houses out there like that now, that is the job of the citizenry, and particularly the preservation and historic groups, to identify those and to do something before they are viewed as essentially prey by developers. It's too easy to look at a building and say, this is worth $580,000 if I tear it down. And that is part of the problem that I see with this proposal. Anything else, Sarah?
But just on the zoning variances, though, the number of them is extreme. And particularly the need for parking, essentially, the request is for 6, but they use 13 spots that currently serve Waterdog. And essentially, that will just exacerbate the parking situation on the street. So the real variance is needed probably considerably higher. The elimination of the landscaping and the parking islands in the parking lot seems to go against the spirit of the zoning ordinance. I mean, we have the zoning ordinances for reasons, and they're using the variances there just to increase more spots. The impervious surface is an interesting one because in other instances, we have required or requested that applicants go to pervious services. The applicant decided not to do that. The building height is another issue. Essentially, there are only 4 other 3-story buildings along all of Water Street. And only one of them is even close to the height that's requested. If you put together the height and the essentially the footprint, it leads to a mass of the building that's out of character with the remaining historic district. So for me, one of the concerns is the number of variances that are requested and their application.
And as noted, that massing is the 30% of coverage that is now being proposed at 42% coverage, which is high density, which is leading to the need for greater degrees of parking. So again, it's a matter of scale here is what we're looking at. It was way out of scale when it was 4 stories, and now it's 3 stories, but this is kind of like asking for something you know you're not going to get, so you can get something that's a little less than what you originally asked for, but it's still out of scale. And that is proven, not so much, we're not talking necessarily here even about the architecture of the building, we're talking about just the sheer size and the number of units within this building. And the fact that it is trading on a lot that despite that, while it's owned by the developer, is not part of the comprehensive permit. So it's a little difficult to buy into the shared spaces because that's not part of the process in this comprehensive permit. And that is a little too much of a bend in the interpretation of what this law is about.
I'd like to add something to.
Sure.
Sorry, just on the traffic, you're on B.
Yeah, B.
So I'm just gonna read what I've been typing here. So under the comprehensive permit required finding B, the proposal is not consistent. Local zoning ordinance, which require under Warren Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Article 2, Division 2, Section 4-35, one of the 3 findings to exist, we've heard several times. Per Mr. Jadell's submission from earlier today, the application of the 3rd of those findings is not being preferred by the applicant, and the application of that 3rd is unnecessary. So that leaves findings 1 and 2, which are, I mean, you're probably all familiar with it, but to go on the record, is retention of such building or structures constitutes a hazard, and the hazard cannot be eliminated by the economic means available to the owner, and preservation of such buildings or structure would cause undue or unreasonable financial hardship to the owner. So when considering those first 2 factors, an affirmative finding on either of those hinges on undue or unreasonable financial hardship based on the economic means available to the owner. I judge that no legally competent evidence has been provided to this board that the $931,700 estimate to restore 119 Water Street causes undue or unreasonable financial hardship based on the economic means available to the owner. The case that's been made is that the costs to preserve the structures far exceed the value of the property, and this has been presented to the board as the basis for the undue and unreasonable financial hardship to the applicant. What was presented here tonight is that the only asset of the owner of the property is the property itself, and so therefore, anytime a cost of restoration exceeds the value of the property, this would constitute an undue, unreasonable hardship on the owner. I judge this is a dangerous precedent that I don't want to be party to. There was risk associated with the purchase of this property. The risk was getting a demolition waiver granted. Based on the fact that 119 Water is on the Rhode Island Historic Property Register, as well as the level of engagement in the community regarding this, there's great scrutiny on this waiver for demolition. So I judge that if a waiver were granted using non-legally competent evidence, that would open this board up to protest and potential legal action. So absent the legally competent evidence, it seems like the risk associated with the granting of the demolition waiver is being asked to be assumed by this board. And so that's the basis of my
Thank you very much. This, I think, spills over in parts between B and C. The proposal is not consistent with local needs and the proposal is not in conformance with the town of Warren comprehensive plan. So I think there's spillover in terms of what Matt had to say about both of those. So I think they fit into both that B and C in the denial. The town of Warren has met or plans to meet the goal of 10% of the year-round units, or in the case of an urban city or town, 15% of the occupied rental units is defined in 4553.341I rather, being low and moderate income housing, being low and moderate income housing. That's very interesting because this whole comprehensive permit is predicated on this very high level of income. And yet the very term that the enabling legislation puts into this thing is Warren planning that housing as defined being low and moderate income housing. We're not talking about low and moderate income housing for most of these comprehensive permits. We're talking about pretty expensive places. And as was noted, you know, this is way above a lot of the market rates for the apartments that are available right now. Warren has a lot of affordable housing. It's just that some knucklehead in legislature didn't recognize the fact that there are other ways of checking out affordable housing rather than simply saying it's some term defined by a bureaucrat who's never walked Water Street, you know, or the rest of the streets in Warren. So this is, and the fact of the matter is Warren has plans to meet the goal of 10%. The market to Medicom plan, which we've spent days and hours on, is predicated on the idea of let's put people in low and moderate income housing in a place that has good access to transportation, that is a mixed use development. I mean, that is the core of the upcoming comprehensive plan. And in addition to that, we are working with right now folks who are looking at places like the Liberty Street School. We had a technical review committee on that just 2 weeks ago. And it was refreshingly interesting because the technical review committee, which by the way, does not approve anything, they recommend. So the assertion by the applicant that the TRC approved this plan is in fact not correct. They can approve whatever they want, but it has no force of power in no force of law. It is a recommendation that then comes to the planning board for our decision making. And that we are making significant progress toward meeting it. And that's another one. It's progress, not perfection. It's not we've got it now, it's that we're moving toward it. And we definitely are moving toward that goal. This is something that makes up the character of the town. We like to see this eclectic mix of people from firemen to doctors, you know, and that's what we're looking for, that sense of place that is made up of a variety of incomes. And so I think this is, you know, we've certainly on the planning board, that's what we're working for. So, and we are uniquely qualified to talk about that. In terms of approval, oh, sorry. Concerns for the environment and health and safety of current residents have not been adequately addressed, evidenced by the fact that this parking and traffic situation, you know, has been eloquently presented by people who live right next to it. This is already a problem and it's just going to get worse. And the idea that a curb cut that exists can't be used, well, that's just doesn't hold water. It's a matter of accommodating your neighborhood. And there's no accommodation going on to the neighborhood. So if you're not accommodating people, then you're putting their health and safety at risk. And that is clearly not been adequately addressed here. Adequately addressed. It's not like they're evil people trying to hurt people, folks. They're just more interested in profitability than they are in terms of the people who live around, which is kind of surprising given the fact that the owner has a really nice restaurant in a restored historic house. That one runs right by me. Anyway, that's from the denial. From the approval process, and we're looking at that as well. If we were to approve this, we have to prove that, in fact, this does not meet the standards for approval. First of which, proposed development is consistent with local needs as identified in local comprehensive community plan, with particular emphasis on the community's affordable housing plan, and or has satisfactorily addressed the issues where there may be inconsistencies. No. We've dealt with this in the first part of the denial. The affordable housing plan very specifically notes that you don't want to confuse that with the local needs and the community's affordable housing plan. And it has not satisfactorily addressed issues where there may be inconsistencies. How do you go from 80% to 25% and call that consistent? And also, you don't have to go from 80% to 25. We asked for 50%. 50% was ignored. 50% would at least have moved the needle. I mean, the things that we asked for were not out of the realm of the possible, and yet they were ignored. The ones that were accepted were the ones that were apparently profitable to the applicant. B, the proposed development is in compliance with the standards and provisions of the municipality's zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, and or were expressly varied or waived. Local concerns that have been affected by the relief do not outweigh the state and local need for low and moderate income housing. Well, if health and safety doesn't outweigh the state and local need for low and moderate income housing, I don't know what does. Or the sense of place, the character of a town. These are outweighed by some ill-written legislation from the State House regarding low and moderate income housing, which in fact is not really aimed at low income housing. And this is, we are on the horns of a dilemma here. We're being asked to do something good at the expense of what we have already. Anything else? I'm sorry, I'm too fast there. See, yeah. All low and moderate income housing units and proposed are integrated throughout the development. They're compatible in scale and architectural style to the market unit rate units within the project, and will be built and occupied prior to or simultaneous with the construction and occupancy of any market rate units. I'd have to say, this is not applicable, really. It's, because this presupposes the idea that we've approved it. We haven't, so it doesn't count. D, there will be no significant negative environmental impacts from the proposed development as shown in the final plan, with all required conditions for approval. And again, the negative environmental impacts, it depends on how you define environmental, but certainly, the lack of green space, the lack of adherence to the kind of parking lots that we'd like to see as opposed to these black tar, wastelands are not being met. And environmental safety, environment also concerns quality of life. I mean, that's the environment that you live in is not all about watering grass and trees. It's about how you feel about walking out the front door and not being able to move your car out, to where you want to go. Because a restaurant is taking a delivery because the person who owns that has given over the parking spaces to people in the apartments. I don't see it. E, there will be no significant negative impacts on the health and safety or current or future residents of the community in areas including but not limited to safe circulation of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Okay, we've been there several times. Provision of emergency services. And this is there was testimony given earlier that this is problematic, if all the cars are in there, how the hell do you get a fire truck into that area to service that? And, the matter of snow removal, none of these things have been addressed. We do have sewage disposal available of potable water, adequate surface water runoff. That remains to be seen. But the preservation of natural, historical, or cultural features that contribute to the attractiveness of the community. I don't believe that in areas including but not limited to means that you don't have to worry about the preservation of natural, historic, or cultural features that contribute to the attractiveness of the community. Because if you do, you might as well give up all of those elements in the community. I mean, that interpretation of this doesn't pass the test of what does it mean to live in a community? And what it means to live in a community is to have a place that's special. And if the things that are special about that have to do with its historic and cultural features, then you try your damnedest to make it fit within that structure. And we have not seen that happen. F, all proposed land developments and all subdivision lots not applicable. Proposed development will not result in the creation of individual lots with any physical constraints to development to building on those lots according to pertinent regulations. Building standards would be impractical. That's not applicable either.
Yeah, that's recommend, I'm assuming that you are also basing your findings on testimony, the evidence presented in the full record, correct?
Yes. You know what he said. Anything else? Yeah. So there was a motion to deny. Those are the elements within it. What would happen with this would be that the town solicitor and the interim planning director would review the testimony here and the statements made and build those into the formal decision. So do we have a motion to accept the denial?
Get a second. You got a motion, you get a second.
Okay.
Give it a second.
Got a second here? Matt, all in favor? Okay, denial has been approved.
However, I want to Danae's, give them an opportunity to explain why.
I'll start. I'll keep it brief. Under the comprehensive permit findings, factors under section 45.234, subsection A, the evidence I rely on is drawn from the entire record, including all of the feedback from anyone in support or against the proposal, in addition to any evidence supplied by anyone who testified. For factor A, I base my decision in part on the commitment by the developer to meet 25% affordable housing. Factor B, my decision to approve the plan would be based in part on the current status of the town's goal of meeting 10% obligation. We're at 4.23%. I also rely on the developer's response dated today, 27th February, to the town manager's letter and the contents of that response. The waiver for the demolition under section 435, parentheses 1, I would specifically note the condemnation notices in the record, cost of relocation compared to the resources of the owner, and specifically, they're not limited to the Fussin O'Neill report dated January 23rd, 2023, stating that the cost would be anticipated to exceed the cost of reconditioning 119 Water Street. The means available to the owner are the value of the property and the means to pay for these costs. So they've identified, they've met, one of the factors, and that's all they're required to do. For section C, my decision to approve the plan is based in part according to the plan. The units are integrated throughout the proposal under the, generally speaking, under the mansard roof and lap siding. Section D, there's no confident evidence in the record of any negative environmental impacts. The plan includes an underground infiltration system, so that satisfies that section. For me, section E, the fire department has approved the proposal for emergency services. I have no concerns about that issue. Mansard roof and lap siding and street side windows are consistent with the surrounding buildings in the neighborhood, in particular, not limited to 155 Water Street, nearly identical in terms of the roof coverings. There's a designated loading spot off of Water Street for the water dog that will be off the street. There is only anecdotal evidence, but no competent evidence in the record regarding the alleged impact, negative impact on parking. In particular, I would note that there's going to be a net loss of the number of bedrooms going from 20 to 14, so we're losing 6 bedrooms. And for section C, there is access on Citizen Street. I would condition the approval on the impervious coverage coming in under 20%, and further conditioned on zoning approval.
I agreed with the approval, due to a few factors, in the variances, although they seem extreme in looking at properties within 200 feet, there's not one that meets all zoning requirements if it were built today. Properties that would have a 15-foot setback, would actually be out of place, as none do. And that is not consistent with a downtown village business district. The other one the 5.8 only impacts the owner. They've reduced and have listened and reduced significant portions, and the variances are minimal. And again, these variances are very consistent with any other property within that district. I also want to echo the fact that there are now 20 bedrooms, and while those bedrooms have not gone used, the rehabilitation of a current property means that there is no on-site parking necessary. And so if those buildings are rehabilitated, that means there's up to 20 cars being parked on the street. And so this actually increases the risk of parking and traffic. And also echoing that it is not in good design standard to have another curb cut. That is a very standard, typical way of doing things today. And it would actually create more traffic problems as cars are stopped on a busy road and turned in. I believe in one of the conversations, they did agree that they would reduce the amount of traffic coming down Sisseton. And that was one of the other things that the project team really looked at and listened to within this. I also want to say that all the standards within the Rhode Island code were being met. And so there is significant, evidence to show that it doesn't matter what we believe the pricing should be. It's Rhode Island housing that dictates that. And they have met that. It doesn't matter how many units we think there should be. It's Rhode Island housing and state law that dictates that. And so again, the applicant met all of those standards and therefore I approve.
So I don't have as lengthy a delineation of all the reasons I approved. I was very much on the line with a lot of it. The areas where I was predominantly concerned were with demolition, and I did feel that the information regarding 119 was more than apparent, and I felt that the testimony or the write-up by Fuss and O'Neill about 113 was sufficient to justify the demolition in that. I looked at unreasonable financial hardship as if you were to take a market value and you were to improve it and be able to sell it either for what you incurred in the improvement costs or be able to generate income that would be able to sustain it, sort of an internal rate of return type standpoint. And then on a conservative basis with that, type of analysis. Then the other area that I had concern was in the area of like the traffic and the parking, but I feel that the architect's explanation about the access in the back would actually potentially improve access on Sisson Street by enabling cars and delivery to come more into that delivery space in the parking area. So that's were the two areas that I felt, so. I approve.
Very good. Yeah, I think you could. In the audience, attendance and how they act tonight, you got what they heard.
You're really good. Thank you very much. This is a difficult process. This is not simple. We need to protect what we have, but we also need to move forward. Life is about change but it's managed change. So thanks again. Formal motion to, yeah. Second, all in favor, aye.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Close the meeting, all in
Hey,
favor.
Fred.
Motion second, aye.
Fred, we need a